हेलो व्हाट्सअप क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? गेम इज gonna begin. मजा आएगा, मजा आएगा. इट्स ओस्पूस वर्सेस मस्त. चलो, परफेक्ट टाइम पे इंस्टा स्टोरी के लिए आया है मेरे पास सेगमेंट. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स पिक्स, अटैक पिक्स, लोटस बाय MIBR. हम हेवन पे खेलेंगे. सो गाइस, डे 2 है EWC वॉच पार्टी का. आज पहली इंडियन ऑर्ग का रिप्रेजेंटेशन है. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स इज गोइंग टू प्ले MIBR. तो जल्दी से स्ट्रीम की लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ स्ट्रीम पे. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं. एक मिनट. बैटमैन प्लेइंग फेड, उडो प्लेइंग ऑटम जेट पे, उडो यहाँ पे रेज पे. लेट्स गो बेबी. कोई आया? ओ भाई, गिफ्टिंग का ऑप्शन अपने में भी आ गया. लेट्स गो. बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है. और फटाफट ज्वाइन कर लो. कितना संस्कारी लगता हूँ मैं थंबनेल फोटोज में. और IRL फोटोज में उतना ही तिंगा बिल्ला. गेम स्क्रीन, वी आर हियर.
into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really going to have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works? What if it works?
If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's because we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak Asians at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. They're some of the less peak duelists.
चलो चलो चलो. It's the time, baby.
4 or 5 duelists better than Arena ISO.
You should name 6 or 7 duelists.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
Very cool. Killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge.
अगर जीत जात भाई, मेरी टेलबोन में जो पेन हो रहा है.
I'm really gonna make you give me a
Okay.
declaration.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
I think personally, no, they're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't see a world where MIBR here doesn't take it to those first 8 maps because they're just so good. And looking at the smiles of their faces, come on, the vibes are there.
Stuffed animals, breed right strips.
You and these stuffed animals, man.
My boys are locked.
You're really
We gotta get
profiling
him on.
MIBR so far. I'm not really a fan of it.
Not really profiling, just observing. You know, it's one of my strengths.
Yeah.
I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready, so I think we could be going to
क्या भाई
an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we can be diving in deep.
मतलब ऐड आने वाले
Go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Sure. I do love an ad.
If there is a strong, like, I love watching snipers. They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a headshot, it's nearly an insta-kill almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean, Aspas is just a star op player. For GE, they've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw? When am I going with the Operator? Talk me through, like, how I spend my economy throughout this series.
Outlaw, anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been close, you know their economy's struggling, you're going to go for an Outlaw. You will see probably both of these teams have used the Outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it, I've seen GE do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to pick that up. Operator, yeah, Zekin, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, you know, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents, who's gonna opt, the Rainer or the ISO?
I am
or the
questioning.
Harbor.
I'm questioning whether that's the comp we're gonna see when we get in the server, because we are resetting the lobby, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have.
I've got news. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're gonna find out, as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see, we are in the middle of a massive expo center downtown Paris, France, and they are building all around us.
भाई हालत खराब हो रही बे.
We've got video walls growing, and our players are still filing in. We've got MBOL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, Valorant, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it and find out who our players actually want to play on our first map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1? Where are we playing and what fits well?
Is Lotus, and I think both of these Agent Selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR because that Waylay hasn't really found that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams, we saw NRG picking that up on the Fracture and kind of
आधा VC आया
like him on the Jet, and I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Yeah, I think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the qualifiers, but only by a little bit. I think the Waylay is the singular focus to that. For GE, as I mentioned before, they played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean in to get another different comp. Once again, though, running the double duelist, just a little bit of a different flavor. Honestly, I think what MIBR are running, though, the Waylay is going to be fantastic against the Vice. It's so easy to be able to bait out some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Yeah, that's very true. I think the way that they play it is
अरे
really
गेम चालू होने वाला boys.
have some antis because their neon has been really good, and immediately right off the bat we're gonna see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Rays
घुस गए गेम में. Let's go. Game begins. Veno tag. Zekin गया. उड़ो ने आसपास को भी गिरा दिया. मजीनो 22 HP. Verno 55.
Through the smoke goes the way of Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side. The IG
भाई मजे आ गए यार.
starting to warm up, and on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR.
मजे आ गए.
GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight, and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the sheriff kill onto Verno.
ए पहला राउंड जीत गए. कैसा है कैसा है?
I mean, taking that peek is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little
कोई
bit
नहीं.
scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they
नहीं 4.5 है.
of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C mount with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain.
ये वाइट वाली जर्सी भिजवा देते ऋषि भाई तो कुछ हो जाता.
Haven't fully committed to this buy. Or Harvey with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active, activating.
1-1 खाया, मेरे को लगा ही तक आएगा.
Chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really
तेरा ये
invest
क्या
into
है?
this round for MIBR.
टाइमर क्या है
This is the
तेरा?
type of round
25,
that we
24,
like to see.
23.
Two
मैं आ गया
scope
थोड़ा.
weapons
20.
online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just
सुनना वो
sitting
2x में
outside
करके
of that
1-8 तक
C
आना.
mound,
एक
tapping
साथ
on
देख.
that door,
रुकान
putting
दे.
some pressure, using the prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR is stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into
भाई
the
मेरा
C side.
चैनल बस बैन ना हो.
If perms नहीं है तो सीन है.
There from MIBR, just looking
भाई,
to group up on spawn side and
भगवान
see if they can
देखेगा
get
भाई.
some damage done with this
Oi.
I
pistol.
deserve it, then I won't get banned. I mean,
Plant हो गया.
Pushing towards the spawn
क्या बात
here.
कर रहा है?
Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom.
Shit,
Gets
I'm so dumb,
paranoid
bro.
and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these
Spectre.
players back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan.
thought
That's a
on-
Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on
Oh,
and
wait,
trying to do this flood.
खाया Batman.
And shutting it down. Alspas with their trade
Yeah,
back onto it now. Just
लग गए भाई. ये राउंड कैसे हार सकते हो?
flooding at Zekin and
मैं
Mizzino
बता रहा हूँ
getting
भाई.
picks. Man, they should not have pushed into
Ban
spawn
कर
there.
दूंगा
That was
तेरे को
not a good idea against pistols.
Oh, dear.
check,
Pistol is trying
check.
to
How you guys can lose these kind of rounds यार?
क्या 1-1 वाला round आ गया?
हाँ.
Bro, what the
Not bad.
fuck,
Four
bro?
classics and a singular marshal in the hands of
मैं रो
Aspas.
दूंगा
That is
भाई.
not
भाई ये round कैसे हार सकते हो?
And already MIBR
Bro,
a
MIBR
massive
का
boon for
jersey
them at the
so
start of
dog
this
shit.
Lotus
Oh
game
my
after
God.
conceding the pistol.
भाई
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR
मैंने तेरे को
just
कल भी
really
बोला
back
था.
in that last round and it
क्या?
really
कुछ
rewarded them. We were talking
Keep it
about
ये
how
ना.
the
अरे
timing might not be
this
there,
is
but
a
it doesn't
genuine
matter.
opinion
Now,
भाई.
we look
इनका
to the
पहले
side
वाला
of
jersey
GE.
कितना मस्त
Two
था.
pistols,
ब्लू वाला तो अच्छा ही था.
we have
चलो मैं
three
लोगों की बात कर रहा हूँ. ये
rifles to kind
लोगो
of work
कुछ
with,
तो
but
किया रे.
it's
It's a
gonna be
bit
a little
different.
bit
I don't
harder
know.
for
डार्क
this
कर दिया है.
team.
डार्क कर दिया है वो.
Raise
हाँ, I don't
Udo's
like it
actually
भाई.
gonna go in. They're gonna see that there is
It's like
someone there, knowing that the
unnecessary.
pressure
वाह
is there. Aspas
गार्डियन
is
सेव
all
किया. एक
up
नया
against
गार्डियन
the
बाय
front,
किए.
just
भाई
in the
कर क्या रहे हम?
because he was 1 second away
God
from
knows, bro.
losing that fallback.
अरे वॉल बैंक के लिए रहेगा. I'm guessing.
Little bit of an investment
Guardian
in this
का,
round for
you
GE
know,
as the Prowler confirms that GE
impact आ
are
जाता है.
indeed inside of tree. Nade for second.
Shit, bro.
Looks
We
like the attack is
shouldn't have
away
lost
for
the
now.
ये
And
वाला.
that's a beautiful
Wow.
C's combo to take out Autumn.
Well
GE
played.
not happy with how
W
that looks
combo,
or
bro.
feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is
Bro,
dropped, and
I've
this
been
gives some
thought
concern
to-
over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door though does at least give them the man.
Guys,
he's not done.
Just let me know. ये 12 लोग जो आए हो,
This A-line, but
is it
getting
true या किसी ने वो व्यू बॉट लगाया है?
has fallen apart.
अबे
GE
Venom,
gonna
तेरे को
try to
tag नहीं कर
contact
सकता
up
ना
here.
मैं?
They're not gonna
कर
contact
सकता है,
up
क्यों नहीं
just
कर
yet.
सकता?
Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the
मैं
pick.
बोल रहा था तू ऑफिशियल कर रहा है.
1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with the
ये
big
12 लोग
there.
भाई 12 की वॉचिंग का अगर व्यू बॉट किसी ने लगाया है तो गाली खाओगे.
On the safe side.
इसका
Patman
कम
looking
करो
locked
भाई.
in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is
है,
a
व्यू
triple
बोर्ड
high
लगाया
low on
किसी ने.
stairs
Bro,
side that
don't
he's
do
about
that
to
shit,
walk
yo.
into. Not even the best of players.
यार लॉक इन करना
can be
पड़ेगा यार
dealing with
Venom.
that, all dealt with by MIBR,
It's been a while. It's
confirming
been
that
a
there
while
is
since
someone
I
on stairs
watched
side, and that is
VCT.
just
I
not
mean,
the angle
not
Patman was
VCT.
looking
कोई भी गेम तूने देखे हुए लंबा
Bruh,
टाइम हो गया है.
Welcome to stream. Hello, hello, hello.
तेरा आवाज कम करना पड़ेगा.
मतलब हाँ एग्जैक्टली मैंने भी तेरा कम किया. पता नहीं क्यों आज ज्यादा आ रहा है. हाय प्राच सुनना मेरे को बता ना आवाज प्रॉपर है क्या? वेनम का आवाज, मेरा आवाज एंड स्ट्रीम का आवाज. हेलो 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 वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम.
Perfect.
एकदम सडन स्ट्रीम कर दिया मैंने.
But it's okay because now
We couldn't have lost that round, Ray.
that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yeah, it is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to
Hard,
challenge.
bhai.
Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler.
4 people watching, guys. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Pushed away as he TPs into spawn and
Let's go. Udo gets 1.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gotten over here from the side of MIBR, using that nightfall.
That seas is good.
Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted.
Hell nah. Zekin फिर भी एक मार गया.
With a 3K to shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nades coming in.
4 मार गया Udo.
4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah,
Like करो guys, like करो.
Blood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
अबे 4 बंदों ने तो full shield लिया है.
Looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure.
Nice shot, Rezavi.
They've lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Verno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say,
दो मार गया.
Zabi getting a trade onto Verno.
कुछ भी चल रहा है गेम में.
From a Mizzino and
गेम में right now कुछ भी चल रहा है.
Very winnable for MIBR. Especially given the fact that we have one player down on a sheriff this round. Prowler going forward.
बैंडिट से 2 मार गया. स्पैम में 1 मर गया. लेना ना देना. स्पैम वाला तो लेना था देना मर गया.
Just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2. Able to punish Patman for the peak on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking. A little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to...
नहीं.
Aspas able to spray him through the wall and pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just...
भाई 1v2 गया यार. I failed.
A little bit. The Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose the number, trying to retake some.
अबे पहले 2 फ्रैग मिलने के बाद भी हम हार गए. Wow, dude.
Verno getting these 2 was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards the C side.
C खाली छोड़ दिया. Wow, C retake.
On this side, 2 players rotating over towards spawn, make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but they're positioned really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flow.
2 ults है. ठीक है, वो 2 नेड के हिसाब से 2 अल्ट्स के हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं. प्लांट के बाद 2 अल्टी मार देंगे. This was inevitable, but that ult was trash, bro. यहाँ हमारा भी अल्टी ट्रैश ही था. रिलोड आ गया रे ऑटम का.
In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time.
फेस कैम में दिख गया था, हार गए. उसने फिश बम पहले ही दे दिया था.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. So it was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now, on this round, we're going to have a full 50 for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refraction. Fast pass straight into
भाई क्या हुआ? Hello.
Shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with.
दो knives.
Continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one, trying to get that number advantage so they could pick.
We can get one round. अभी at least अपने को एक 5-7 का half तो चाहिए रे.
Couldn't get any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information.
नहीं, I would say देख अपने पे voice है. तो होल्ड करवा सकते हैं, वो दिक्कत नहीं आएगी।
Fight for it. Make sure they don't get on.
Inferno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the
बढ़िया
mix
shots.
now, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex here. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there.
भाई उस स्पेक्टर वेक्टर से भी एक दो मार दे रहे बे।
A little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it out.
पिस्टल के बाद दूसरा राउंड नहीं हारना था, प्राइमरी इनिशियली वो चीज है। उसके बाद आई वुड से डबल अप करके खेलो, ज्यादा बेटर है।
इसका क्या थॉट्स ऑन MIBR का
इनिशियल चेंज बढ़िया है थोड़ा सा।
MIBR से
हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो उसी साथ
ML स्टैंड फॉर एग्जैक्टली, वो मेरा क्वेश्चन है।
वो देख ML बताया था, एक सेकंड क्या कुछ
बोला था
तो
क्या? I wasn't there तभी।
EWC में कुछ तो आया है ML के लिए, मेरे को याद नहीं है बट कुछ तो है।
मैं खा लेता हूँ भाई जब तक चैट पे कोई नहीं है।
कुछ तो है, मैं तेरे को बताता हूँ, आएगा तब बताता हूँ।
One of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MIBR always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE, because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is.
कल मैं 10 घंटे कांस्टेंट बैठा हूँ ना, मेरा
NRG वर्सेस PRX कैसा था?
NRG ने तोड़ा है PRX को।
हाँ यार मैं देखने वाला था, बट आई वेंट टू स्लीप मैन, वाज वेरी स्लीपी।
NRG ने तोड़ा है पेपर एक्स को, तोड़ा है मतलब लेजिट।
ब्रो अगेन ए कंट्रोल फाइट, होली एफ। इमेजिन दैट।
ये नेड से दूसरी बार फटा है।
With those paint shells, Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected, but that is a cracker of a shot from
बढ़िया मारा रे क्रिस्टल।
GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazzino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held. Two here.
Nice one. High-low setup.
Getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to.
नहीं यार।
Inferno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing.
देखो ये तो पता ही था कि हमारा गेम अगर MIBR के साथ ड्रॉ हो जाएगा तो सीन तो है ही, पर इतना वन साइडेड सीन होगा पता नहीं था। ये कुछ ज्यादा ही वन साइडेड सीन दिख रहा है। क्या हाल है एम्पलीफाई, कैसे हो?
Quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker bite.
Aspas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information.
ये ले मजीनो की बुड़बुड़ चालू हो गई।
Door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming full setup towards B, which has
तबीयत बहुत ज्यादा खराब हो गई है, तो भाई बारिश में गेम भूगना बंद कर इधर उधर घेड़ा बहुत भारी हो रहा है भाई। होता 1.5-2 घंटे होता है, फिर 1 घंटे नहीं होता है, 1.5-2 घंटे होता है। विले स्पैम फ्रैग्स, क्लाइमेट चेंज शिट, तू ही शिट है रे। खा गई भाई MIBR इनको।
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away
खा
with
गई
so much.
MIBR
They're so good at
GE
getting
को
these
अभी
early
तक तो.
fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the
अगर
map, just
GE
as
हार
they
गई
can.
तो बाहर नहीं, lower bracket है.
That C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying, it feels like they're not even.
You guys know कल 1.5 घंटे इस टॉपिक पे बात हुई है स्ट्रीम पे. Like after the games ended at 12:15. मैंने स्ट्रीम बंद की है 1:30 बजे.
Aspas might go back for a second.
कैसे डम सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ मैं.
Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away.
लोअर ब्रैकेट है, लोअर ब्रैकेट है. ENC में वैसा है कि प्लेऑफ्स में if you are losing और मैं टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करवाता था. नहीं, बट ENC में द थिंग्स आर डिफरेंट. ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप में चीजें हैं, ई स्पोर्ट्स नेशंस कप में द थिंग्स आर वेरी डिफरेंट.
Ending towards that cipher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here towards
ये
the
spam
side
connect
of
होता ना.
MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're.
बट ठीक है, ट्रैप तोड़ दिया एक, अल्ट पुल आउट करवा दिया. 2 good things happened.
Very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times, spamming away. They'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is second. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the.
क्या चल रहा है यार ये?
Not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on.
ऐसा खेल के इनको चैंपियंस जाना है
10 HP on Uditan, and that is an easy 3.
भाई. You are unable to defeat MIBR right now, जो इतनी अच्छी फॉर्म में भी नहीं है. कौन सोचेगा कि हम मास्टर्स विनर्स को एक मैप हरवा के आए हैं. लेव से हम जीत सकते थे वो सीरीज.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry bro, I couldn't even fucking finish my food.
हाँ हाँ रेने.
Hi Panda, hey Ati, welcome to stream. Zekan Aspas trying tonight right now, bro. It's like they're playing against this thing, silvers and golds.
देख मैं तेरे को एक चीज बताता हूँ रेने. हम मास्टर्स चैंपियंस को एक मैप हरा के आए हैं. हम वो सीरीज जीत सकते थे.
Absolutely bro.
चल क्या 1v1 भाई, ये क्या हुआ?
Oh man, I mean again GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that seaside, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with.
ठीक है, ये हमारा मैप नहीं है, that is okay.
Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the seaside. 9-2.
सब्सक्राइब मारो रे. आज 2330 करना ही है नहीं आओ.
They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
मेरा WhatsApp का phone dead है पता है.
You don't like my
That's too
villain
much.
laugh?
That's too much.
8-9 लाइक्स हो गए हैं.
Just
बड़ा
remind
पट.
you that America's is gonna be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekan using the name.
अब ये जरूरी था ऑटम को एक गोली मारना.
That was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site, but Verno hears.
भाई हो गया मेरा.
Javi sticking that insane, and now all these trips are gonna slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Udo, but the trade with that.
हो गया मेरा भाई. It's
Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's
हो गया हो गया हो गया.
and it's a 10-2 half for MI.
मैं पूरा दिन कल बाहर था. Then क्या I got home around.
मैं पता है मैं क्या सोच रहा था.
हाँ.
अगर जी जीतती है ना तो मैं मेरे चैनल पे 5 मेंबरशिप्स आज.
Crazy. ये सुनना, ये होल्ड कर खाली थॉट. मैं 2 मिनट आया.
क्या पागलपन है यार. हाउ जी इज परफॉर्मिंग लाइक दिस. मास्टर्स खेल के आए हैं अभी और अब ऐसा खेल रहे हैं. आई एक्चुअली डोंट नो. एक मिनट। हाँ, डैम गुड थंबनेल, थैंक यू। मजा आया क्या पोर्चुगल के मैच में? बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया। आई एक्चुअली फेल्ट थोड़ा सा इमोशनल आफ्टर व्हाट हैपेंड, लाइक पेनल्टी के बाद तो थोड़ा इमोशनल फील हुआ ही, बट मॉडरेच का वो सीन देख के खराब लगा यार। मॉडरेच को वैसा देख के खराब लगा, बट ये होना ही है इस वर्ल्ड कप में। एवरी डे यू विल फील बैड कि कोई ना कोई हीरो, तुम्हारा चाइल्डहुड हीरो जो है वो रिटायर होगा। यू जस्ट कांट डिनाई दैट। हर मैच में अब रिटायरमेंट सही की। इस गेम में लुका मॉड्रिच गया और एक और कोई तो गया, अब्लोविच गया या कौन सा गया। डीसी में आपको मैसेज क्यों देखा ना, देखता हूँ स्ट्रीम के बाद देखता हूँ।
To run away with it.
G is 10-2 bro. I am done bro. Like legit G is 2-10 basically. Not 10. हम पिस्टल जीते हैं ऊपर से, एंटी को हारे पिस्टल जीते। I feel wow. What are we even doing?
But it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zeki gets that pick. The door is tapped on him, punishing Ospas for standing.
Patman का HP देखो।
And now all of a sudden they're pushing towards the spot.
पार्टी का HP देखो खाली।
Towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual.
Spawn पहुंच गए स्पाइक लेके। Spawn पहुंच चुके हैं स्पाइक लेके। Wow. Wow भैया। How they are spawn? That's crazy.
All of attackers spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site. Boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left.
ठीक है, दो मार गया। क्रिस्टल ने अपना काम कर लिया। अब 3v2 है। यहाँ से हगास मचाया तो
preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. And Verno just
ये इन्फो नहीं है कि दोनों यही हैं।
tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and two of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's gonna try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting
wow.
bottom, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half scary. Patman, he has no
लग गए।
Could this be
ये राउंड भी नहीं मिलने वाला।
to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the
बोला ना ये राउंड भी नहीं मिलने वाला। ए से ऊपर से सेकंड का। भाई क्या खेल रहे हम लोग?
11 and 2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be.
ये लोग वालों मोबाइल का अनाउंसमेंट क्यों नहीं करता है राइट? करेंगे वो भी करेंगे। How we lost the shit bro? I don't know. I don't even
They were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They
दो मार दिया फ्रेंजी से, उसके बावजूद ऐसा खेल रहे।
Now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do. And they're using it.
पिछली बार गन्स थी फिर भी नहीं हुआ, अब क्या ही होगा?
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able
आसपास
to
दो मार गया.
moment, but Aspas with a quick reply. Unitarn on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there. And MLBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in.
भाई उन
Pass being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's bombed down on
भाई
the
हागास तो मचाया बैटमैन ने,
dealt with over on Rubble.
पर ठीक है.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door is going to get tapped. That pressure is going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solos.
Nice shot, Paddy.
Onto Tex, beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting two, and now
Udo.
a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's
Hell no, Udo.
as well. Really good try by
I am flabbergasted right now. ये global esports team हो ही नहीं सकती है जो अभी मास्टर्स खेल के आई है.
Shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin.
This is not the team.
On that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half. But
Okay, I like
come
what-
out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE.
Bro, the hell you guys are doing?
Come up with, it is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor, and Harvey deals with that prowler over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
Lots of C-mount pressure, but they're walking into Harvey. Autumn, sorry.
Whoa,
picked off
मेरा
Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lurks. And now
मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा रे इसे.
it's gone, but they're gonna
मत
try to
करो.
run towards the sea. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in.
भाई वो बिना गन्स मार रहे हैं.
From
Ex-
MIBR, Ospas getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitarn has got his work cut out for him here.
गन्स भी नहीं है ढंग की.
By opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to.
I am done and dusted right now. दूसरी स्ट्रीम पे चलो, इससे बेटर हेरिटिक्स का गेम देखते हैं. वो 10 HP वाले प्लेयर को नहीं मार पाए.
Only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for MIBR at EWC.
ज्वेल्स का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा अभी भी. ऑन कर चुका हूं मैं. I don't know why.
And this is what I was talking about. When those
आना चाहिए. ज्वेल्स ऑन है. आया था बीच में तो I don't know. वो कुछ तो रहेगा, YouTube का ही कुछ तो सीन रहेगा. I don't know. चलो गाइस, अपन दूसरा गेम देखते. ये तो जल्दी खत्म हो गया. इतना जल्दी थोड़ी स्ट्रीम बंद करना है. दिस वाज स्ट्रीम बी ना. स्ट्रीम ए लगाओ भाई. EWC वाल स्ट्रीम ए पे क्या चल रहा है?
I'm just a fan of Kajmaris.
But in this round in
kinda wish
particular
you would-
with the Ares.
Well, in this round, it's more about his movement. I would say the slide was what really caught me. I love that so much.
सुपर स्टिकर्स वाला भी चला गया. सुपर स्टिकर्स तो है.
Double digits.
So it is a part of it.
No, hold on.
Don't we agree?
सुपर स्टिकर्स मेरे को तो दिखा रहा है.
Your words
10
more
to 4,
carefully.
Tom. God damn it. Nice slide coming in from Kosh, but he'll be caught this time. Stun there for Benji, and he's made it around the corner. Out of dodge, at least for now. But even trades, right off rip. For Heretics, when they have these weaker weapons to work with, it's not too bad. The other thing I'm surprised by is GRQ and Kira have both gone for the light shields. That's a big advantage if Wook gets them in his sights. For now, you can see he's clearly not going to. He's on the other side of the map, but the late round.
और ये वॉच पार्टी करते हो तो क्रेडिट आपको जाता है या AWC को? दोनों को.
Right, read. They've decided, okay.
एवरीथिंग इज लाइक जो चैनल मेरे चैनल पे जो भी हो रहा है उसके लिए मेरे को.
And the rest of the players on the other, Benji already managed to clear.
क्या मारा बे?
Shots, though. Do they realize that Rians is still here? Yes, they do. Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is gone.
I mean, it's Woot. You're in a 3 versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him.
Did still have the blaze wall. We could have healed himself up with that too.
I think they know it's, or at least suspect after earlier, and the shots landed, that this should be an outlaw. So
अल्ट नहीं करना चाहिए था और कुछ नहीं था. अल्ट इज बैड. द अल्ट इज बैड.
even still,
नाइस.
BO1 and
4 मारा उसने बट एक ही गलती किया. अल्ट नहीं कर रहा था.
in this round,
या तो मिसक्लिक हुआ है.
a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is
अरे वो एक्स की जगह सी दबा रहा होगा. एक्स दब गया होगा.
bonus round. It was a few guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix.
दैट्स मिसक्लिक ब्रो.
It's not the worst for heretics, but I think the main thing is
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना एक्स की जगह सी दबा है.
off like this over on the Phoenix. That's something that almost feels like a necessity going into this attack side half. You're 5 rounds down. Your Phoenix. This is where he should thrive on the defense.
कॉस्मरास 4th राउंड में ओडिन खींच लिया है.
And while operator in hand, Woot has been pretty disrespectful.
भाई एक तो इनकी स्ट्रीम का पता नहीं क्या ही चलता रहता है.
This time they've avoided him.
Walking down again.
हगास किया फैंगर ने.
Lasted about 5 seconds. Woots picked up the first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble. Oh, so much
He's not even spotting them. He's just spamming them.
another on half, and
कीरा भी 1 HP है.
hurrying away from the B site into the hands of the paranoia and Benji Fishy. There's no safe haven.
खत्म कर दिया बे राउंड को.
On the board for Team Heretics.
They felt like they were
ऊपर का चैट मिस कर दियो. नहीं नहीं पढ़ा मैंने. I replied as well.
The operator to push them out of one spot. Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they?
आप सीसी में एक्टिव रहो ना. वॉचिंग ज्यादा आएगा. तो सीसी में तो आई एम एक्टिव ओनली ना. मैं टूर्नामेंट होस्ट करा रहा हूँ. कर दूं क्या वालो एम का. इफ यू आर डूइंग इट्स ऑन यू. लाइक चाइनीज वर्जन पे प्लेयर्स अगर खेल रहे हैं तो कर सकते हो.
You basically fell for every step of their plan.
I'm going to be honest, in the first 4 rounds I was so worried for
मैं देखो सीसी एज कास्टर दोनों काम कर रहा हूँ. मेरा प्राइमरी गोल इज टू बिकम अ कास्टर. मेरे को ऑफिशियल डेस्क पे एनी हाउ पहुंचना ही है. वो मेरा मेन बोलते हैं ना एकदम प्राइमरी मोटिव है. सो वो चीज मैं छोड़ने ही नहीं वाला एंड तक.
And he's about to have a challenge. A face coming out on long. Drone clears all this space,
He's going for the players.
हो गया मेरा भाई. ये ओडिन का बर्र 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 करके.
Cancelled the spam through the wall and the door. Done a lot of damage. And I think the worst part is Woot is still sitting in that corner.
हाँ बे सुपर स्टिकर्स भी गया.
And they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking. So
रुको फुल फेस कैम के बाद देखेंगे अपना क्या क्या सीन हुए हैं. कुछ जगहों पे सुपर स्टिकर्स आ रहा है. कुछ जगहों पे आ ही नहीं रहा. वाओ.
Now they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give this up. Benji's also gone pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back for Koshmaras. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Never mind. Who's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fang is behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, well, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they
2 मार गया. 3 मार गया.
Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up the big gun, the Odin, to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot.
Nice try bro. और क्या ही बोलेंगे.
Fangir's heroic wasn't quite enough, and unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
Guys, just 2 more subscribers for 2330 actually. जल्दी से सब्सक्राइब मारो.
Game here, but Heretics have activated, and that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this, right out the gates.
Look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back.
Gifts are on only.
Basically fought
हाँ सब तो on है.
every single possible angle that he could have in this round. And well, this, I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like, I know you're not just gonna give up at this stage.
You won't give up at this stage, bro. क्यों give up क्यों मारोगे? पता है तुम लोग को दोनों गेम्स एक साथ चल रहे हैं, देखने में भी मजा आ रहा है, ऊपर से वी आर हैविंग क्रेजी थिंग्स राइट आउट देयर प्लान्ड। पता है बहुत कुछ प्लान करके रखा है मैंने। वाह, क्या शॉट्स करेक्ट करवाए हैं भाई भाई ने।
Looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Wood is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Benji's gone pushing again though. Think about the last round.
मिनीबू को छोड़ के ये लोग जब से कॉस्मरास को लेके आए ना, तब से ये लोगों के लिए बेटर हो गया है पे।
But already being spotted out. Good awareness from Fangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival.
Good dodge for the flash.
Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in. And while this time that C site will be firmly under their control, the remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, it can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier, because all gamers just came in with a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
बढ़िया प्लान था एक्चुअली, अल्ट के साथ ए मेन से एंट्री करना और वहां से दो मारना।
They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that in this half so far. So yeah,
so all was good actually, everything was good
earlier, but hey, it might not be too late. 6 in a row, we've seen stranger things.
I haven't seen it.
Disappointing last season, but good opportunity for all gamers to at least build up some momentum going into that next map. Again, I do think that if they're running a comp like this, or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for all gamers, I at least want to see them look going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent,
भाई ये देख के तो मेरे को डिस्प्रेशन हो गया है भाई ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स का।
It seems like this is their game plan.
Bro, why the F is my Discord? तेरा क्या सर्वर है Discord का?
यही है ना सर्वर है, मतलब तू आ रहा जा रहा भाई।
हेलो
हाँ तू आ रहा जा रहा।
ओके नहीं हो गया वो, ये हो गया था रे, लाल हो गया था मेरा
इंटरनेट गया मतलब।
Was it dad? Oh, okay. कर रखा है।
And as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you can hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute.
वही खोल रहा हुआ, वही खुला हुआ है।
Now they come back in with direction, and again,
वो भी खत्म ही है, हेरिटिक्स जीत जाएगी।
Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant, it should be most of the danger already avoided.
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
Worth being cautious.
Spike. Just about going to be planted before.
Nice shot, nice shot.
And then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be.
मैं हेरिटिक्स वाला देख रहा हूँ।
Find something in this round, of course, with not handing over the gun to a team.
अभी स्क्रीन पे कीरा है, अब रीन्स है, वूट है, वूट ने मारा कीरा को।
Looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ.
खा गया भाई।
Another high impact round from him.
भाई पूरी तरह खा गया।
But still a long way to go.
Great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks or at least pushing players back every
What the fuck? तू पीछे है baby girl.
single time.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping his team alive. 5 in a row needed.
तू देर से तू रेवा दे
Keep up
रहे.
this momentum.
अच्छा तू रेवा दे रहे. अच्छा okay.
Certainly no reason to doubt, but
Hey,
the
kya
rifles
bhai,
back
mere
out
ko
for
what
Heretics.
the
A convincing
fuck,
buy.
man.
And as you said, Woot with a tour de force on
Anybody?
I'm watching.
वाओ
Start they were looking
भाई ये कमबैक है, ये कमबैक अच्छा लग रहा है, भले ही फेक कमबैक हुआ तो भी चलेगा.
further
Bro,
aggression
Fingering got a
needed to
kill.
almost
I
just
mean,
try and turn the
Fingering.
tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up
Nice kill,
top,
Benji.
but
Good trade.
it's Benji to win the
Then they're
fight.
having
Wu
this
goes for the swing. and
1
like I
HP,
said,
3 HP.
Anybody to be there down to
God,
just
God,
3
God.
health.
Bro, I was like, what the F
But that
is
doesn't
going
mean he's
on?
not going to go back for more, not shying away from the
But
fight with the Tour
genuinely,
de
bro, I
Force.
was
But 3
questioning
players,
my eyesight
they've already
at,
crossed. The
like,
4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand, and that's all too
क्या
easy.
येड़ा है रे.
Any idea that they've already
क्या
crossed
ये
past? He
second
does now.
killed है?
Sliding past, and it's a headshot as
Hey,
well.
Venom, second
Bye-bye.
back पे.
सेकंड.
Leaving just 3.
Feed seconds.
हाँ तो उसी पे चैनल पे जा और स्ट्रीम ए लगा.
Bro, I'm gonna kill you, bro. अभी प्लांट हुआ कि नहीं? Phoenix wall आया कि नहीं?
आ गया.
हाँ, thank God. Now I know it's not me. I
Pressure
thought
in
I
these
had
moments.
LD.
The numbers
Arif,
even for
bro,
now.
what the
Great
heck?
गुड
shot
फ्लाई.
by
अरे
you there as well.
वाह.
Kira to close puts them up to 8.
Crazy, भाई.
कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है ना, वो देख कीरा ने उसको मारा, उसका किल फीड ऊपर आया.
हाँ हाँ वही बू का एंड में आया ना. It was so weird.
मरने के बाद मारा क्या?
Rene got
The moment
orca
that we
हो
see
गया.
a pause
भाई,
on the other side,
orgasm
obviously we
भी
know the
इनको अलग ही
head coach.
autism हो गया पढ़ते पढ़ते वो.
चलो जी का गेम चालू हो गया है गाइस. मेन गेम उधर है.
BC qualifiers doing quite well for themselves. That was a bit of a weird game. I remember casting that one, but they also beat.
आज लग रहा है, आज एक्चुअली लग रहा है गाइस, सब कुछ टाइम पे हो रहा है, पता है.
Because I remember watching Happy Way run
139, 38, 37,
Must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby.
31, 30,
All the way down C long.
29.
So much information. Zakin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade.
Nice kills. अरे ये तो राइट क्लिक नहीं खाने थे.
Being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Batman, and all of a sudden Autumn.
शर्म भाई, अब तो legit शर्म आ रही है.
They have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him.
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ये लोग सर्वर पे आए ही नहीं है, सर्वर से ही एब्सेंट है.
Under the one way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling.
The feeling is so trash right now.
Immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. And MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2K for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the seat site. Dart dealt with.
हाँ मारा भी नहीं.
Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not
वो तो मैं वही सोचा, मारा ही नहीं.
dropping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, गुड ट्रेड्स.
As well as a grab net, giving MIBR
ये क्लासिक्स के साथ द ट्रेड्स आर ओके.
pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward, looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow
The
this
timing of Aspas was perfect actually.
straight from the hip with the Marshall cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through garage.
क्या
but
round
still
निकला ये?
gonna get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there.
Ah.
Scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zakin.
आज actually global troll होगी.
The player that is not looking at him and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this.
And impact of Frost पता चलेगा.
These fights were so chaotic. dynamic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there.
What is it called?
But it's going to be interesting how they play out.
It is not even feeling like कि global, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, मैंने पहले भी यही बोला ना कि मेरे को लग ही नहीं रहा कि global server पे आई है.
ये ऑन साइड लग रहा है. ऑन साइड ऑफ साइड बोलना है.
वन साइड बोल रहा था, जो भी बोल रहा था.
वन साइड हो भाई, मैं ऑटिस्टिक नहीं हूँ, तुम ही चुतिया लोग हो भाई.
Much slowing this one down. Tex caught.
इतनी देर बाद क्यों मारा क्रिस्टल ने लेकिन
Scrapnet there.
भाई
Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move.
Huh?
That's where
Huh?
Fastpass and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal a little late to the
भाई
party as they beat
कर दो 13-0, भेज दो घर.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Ospas to close out the round. But every single time it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into
भाई भेज दो, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ भेज दो घर, हो गया.
path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Ospas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that center utility, taking their time to crack on into the sides. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either one of the...
ये लोडिंग क्यों आ जाता है बीच में?
MIBR now moving back towards A, and that's where Harvey
Are we going for a first 13-0 of Esports World Cup?
Not looking too good.
See guys, at
3-0.
least GE will be making some kind of
MIBR
effort.
winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of
ए माँ कसम.
punish onto Javi. Three of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble. But it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the
Nice shot, Udo.
Udo getting that first pick onto Oscar.
दूसरा भी अच्छा मारा, दो मारा बढ़िया.
Third spot, making Udo get two. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped.
Nice shot.
Tex Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex and running towards short.
शॉट भाग जाना चाहिए, इसको खड़े नहीं रहना चाहिए. क्यों नहीं गया शॉट?
The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch uncovered on the side.
अरे मेरे को एक बात समझाओ, वो गन उठा के शॉट क्यों नहीं गया?
उसको लगा कि उसको स्पैम पड़ेगा. I think पड़ भी जाता.
अरे क्या, अबे यार शॉट जाता तो स्पैम नहीं पड़ता उसको.
स्क्रैप कर दिया. हाँ क्या? I think हाँ रे, you can do.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single
शॉट जाता तो स्पैम नहीं पड़ता. That was confirmed.
Series constantly going for three. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE.
अबे वो गन उठा के फाइट लेने गया यार, वो खराब था.
A bit expensive for them, but an op on Ospas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on
Yeah,
Lotus?
true.
Really strong.
एंड गाइस एक और बात बताऊं मैं तुमको, इंटरेस्टिंग.
Fury to back it up, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete
ये ranked ही चल रहा है.
the C site.
On God bro.
माफ करो लेकिन ये रैंक चल रहा है.
बता भाई, इंटरेस्टिंग बता कुछ.
5-0 हो गया और हम डबल सेंटिनल खेल रहे हैं.
लॉल ब्रो, ये देखा भी नहीं था मैंने.
कभी लगा कि हम डबल सेंटिनल खेल रहे हैं इन 5 राउंड्स में?
ना गैंग, व्हाट द फक. अब कहाँ ढूंढूं लोगों को डेवलप करने के लिए. आई नीड वॉइस ओवर एंड आइडियाज. सी आइडियाज मिल जाते हैं, बट आई थिंक इट वाज अ वेरी सी क्या रहता है ना वेदांत, एवरी गेम हैज सम काइंड ऑफ अ थ्रेशोल्ड पोटेंशियल ना. एक सीलिंग रहती है. आई थिंक वो वाला जो सिनेरियो है ना, इट हैज लिमिटेड बहुत. तो कुछ और में होता ना, कुछ और लाइक सम डिफरेंट फॉर्म ऑफ गेम स्टाइल, उसमें आई कैन हेल्प यू आउट एक्चुअली, जो मजा आएगा. the fuck am I watching?
हो गया मेरा भाई।
भाई ऑटम 0 and 5 गोटेड डिस्कॉर्ड में एक क्लिप भेजूंगा देखो ओके एंड वी आई विल वॉच इट ऑन स्ट्रीम दिखा दूंगा
It is kind of a Jover thing भाई।
अच्छा फॉल्स होप था वेनम वी फॉरगॉट
वो फॉल्स होप ही है, खत्म कर दी है। अल्टियां भी कनेक्ट नहीं हो रही। हुई दो पे हुई।
Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line.
ठीक है।
Back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR.
The choice.
लोग आते बेचारे भाई खर्चा करते बियर पे पैसे कैफे में खाना खाते और ये देखते मैं जला डालता भाई खार सोशल्स को
इसके लिए तो भाई वर्नो 12 और 0 है।
Using his ult, it's a little bit scary.
6 राउंड में मरा ही नहीं है लौंडा।
Sort of trap play potential that you have here, but the double senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby, the gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR.
ये भी टांग पे लगी।
There onto Aspas. It's the leg.
अच्छा वो ये
Finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR.
पहला ऐसा राउंड है जहाँ पे अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को प्ले स्टाइल कि सीलोंग का कंट्रोल लेके खड़े हैं।
Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a
Never mind. Hope
towards that B, finding out where that operator is.
Fake hopes थे भाई।
Just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Shot from Udatan.
41-40.
MIBR waiting for a mistake, which not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in.
तो fake hopes ही है भाई।
Out by Putman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the
ये अल्ट भी मिस होगी देख लेना।
Looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Putman is able to come.
उसने बैठे भी मार दिया।
Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man. Second, last alive in
13-0 denied. We won, guys. We won.
Finally around here for GE on this defensive side. See how many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board and
real nah bro कभी रहने वेनम के आगे कभी वेनम रहने के आगे too much fun भाई ये क्या लिख रहा है भाई इतना shady sound कर रहा है
Top executes, going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator.
By the way, ये अल्ट कैसे मिस हो सकती है? वर्नो पे क्यों नहीं लगी वो अल्ट?
Good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there, the frags are finally there, and all of a sudden, back on the board. They're gonna spot that Sova though with that drone, but the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually
Okay, finally we're getting frags. We're getting some frags.
Second trade onto Crystal, and all of a sudden, Mazzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house.
Spoke too soon, babe.
Just wiping that sight, unfortunately. Another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here.
I actually spoke too soon.
Another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to.
हम MIBR को नहीं हरा सकते.
The players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot miss there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to try to attempt this retake.
कोई नहीं. Gang, we are lower bracket. We win lower brackets. हाँ.
Yeah bro, yeah.
हम lower bracket team है यार.
Yes bro, I agree. Completely agree bro. Vintage, what's up gang?
हम upper bracket से कभी जाते ही नहीं है आगे.
Bro so I can talk to y'all. And we have more games, no?
We have one more game basically.
Yeah.
Two more games, but
Two more, but we'll be watching.
able to watch one only. वैसा कुछ है.
Then I'm so sad I missed NRG PRX. On God.
भाई उधर कमबैक आ ही गया था, थोड़ा ही बचा था. 13-11 जीती है हेरिटिक्स.
Anyways, how was rank recent hit you? Bro, did you watch the reel I put on Insta? That will answer my
That's every
question.
round in this series for GE.
Yeah, it
Like,
keeps
there's
happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s, there's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid rounds, unfortunately.
मेरा हो गया भाई जीई
Yeah,
का.
I think
Just
that's,
That and I'll show you after. Yeah, after we lose, na?
Facts.
We lose.
that's the firepower though for me.
Yeah. To some degree.
After we lose मतलब होप ही नहीं है.
Like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off. Able to use the paranoia at the right time.
चल,
So I
I'll
really
get
like
some
to see
content
how
as
the
well.
playbook is.
हारे जीते मेरे
Feels
पास
like
सबके
for
लिए
every
content
little
ready है.
small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that.
ये देखो guys, ये
to
कैसा है?
punish it. Trying really hard to get that really fast
Bhai,
double
shot
dive
ball, bhai,
duelist
how
to put in the
GE
work. But
will
now
also.
GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this threat.
आज के लिए सब बाय करना मेरा गिल्टी प्लेजर हो गया, पता नहीं क्यों. मजा आता है सब प्लशीज बाय करने में.
And that's about as easy as it gets there. Mazzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not.
भाई
Plant going down and
राउंड को 25 सेकंड हुआ था.
क्या बोलूं भाई मैं कान खुजा रहा हूँ भाई.
राउंड को 25 सेकंड हुआ था. दे जस्ट वेंट बी साइड पे एग्जीक्यूट. 3-4 बंदे मार दिए, हो गया खत्म.
Bro, you know how MIBR lost to NV in a similar game style? They're literally just copying them. They're like, fuck it, bro, we're spamming B.
Berno was ready to
A1
peek.
से D3 आ गया,
That's kind.
आया, getting so much आया.
Can't do the guy from back home like that.
Dude, you're lucky
Unfortunate.
ASF, man.
Dude, the reaction
Mighty,
timing on
went
these
on
guys
D2
right now is
on
insane
A,
too. Feels like they're so ready
D3.
for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely
Now
there. The mechanics are just so good.
Mighty
Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to
Bundle.
get something to support around that rifle that they
A1
saved that last round, but it's just
and
not
the
looking
third
good.
one is A.
Gun round
I was on A3 76 Ara, but then I lost 15 games in a
Here.
row, so I love that.
I mean, this will be a bit of cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in
thus,
Seoul and watching
his
MIBR
confusion
play
ranks is
NRG
like
at the
much
end of
like father
kickoff
of
on this
D3.
map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back
रैंक का मेरे को तो आज के टाइम में कुछ पता ही नहीं है. मैं 2 महीने से सिर्फ एक गेम खेला हूँ रैंक
I
में.
guess you could say for MIBR, quick split into C. Bottom going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually, the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazzino.
Okay, finally we have something.
Downtown though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure. Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get him.
ना 2v2 है रे.
नहीं हारेंगे, लिख के दे रहा हूँ तेरे
2v2. Spike is down on the site, trying to get that from Plat.
ना अभी 2v1 है.
Take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the spike is still down.
तू बता कब फ्री है गेम एंड स्ट्रीम के बारे में बात
Down. This is
करना है यार.
almost unwinnable.
Nice pick.
And Udo
At
gets
the
to
end,
take on
we
it.
won the round. Yeah.
Really good round
Doesn't
from
literally take
GE.
some
The
time though
super
for that
fast
game
flood
को है ना
into the
थोड़ा
Cypher util. Cypher
पांच-छह
just
चीजें
staying
एक साथ
alive for
करना है,
so
that's
long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are
Honestly,
coming
good
out of
for
that spawn
Fulton,
smoke.
Cruz
Just
and
punishing
Forta
that fast action.
That's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense.
Some kind of reward
At a
of value
minimum, need
every
4
single
rounds
game.
out of this half, so
कोई ना BRB और
Especially
है
with their
ना,
comp.
from
back to
CE
back, yeah, it gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure.
Bro,
We'll
everyone
see
in
if they
the
can try to
team are
fashion
good,
themselves a little bit more magic.
this thing.
Autumn once
Yeah,
again
no
tucking
good.
himself in nicely towards
हम
that inside.
चैंपियनशिप
He's a little
पॉइंट्स
bit
में भी फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फिफ्थ है.
rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things.
Hello.
One on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. really the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how
यहाँ से राउंड
quick
जीत
it
गए ना,
works, too.
एक अलग ही मजा आ जाएगा.
4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets to pick onto Mazina. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this
हाँ?
A site. Autumn is rotating.
जो तू यूज कर रहा है वो मेरे को भी चाहिए भाई.
क्या पांडा?
नहीं पांडा क्या है, किधर है, कैसा है?
मैं क्या यूज कर रहा हूँ?
रुक जा
1v2 है, दोनों प्लेयर लो है, जीत सकते हैं राउंड. शॉक डॉट्स कनेक्ट होनी चाहिए खाली. नहीं भाई, पहुंचा ही नहीं उतने टाइम तक.
Who knows bro, Zekena नहीं है.
अरे आगे लॉन्ग पे है लॉन्डे.
Harvey is coming from over here on
कितने
the
का
spawn
पड़ा
side.
पांडा देखो.
300.
The spike, yeah. Prone
अच्छा
to
है, बड़ा
work
है.
with, but not really
छोटू
the
सा है रे.
clear
ये
path
देख
for
ये.
that to be used at this point. Out comes the shot.
देखा नहीं, रुक मैं
Well, this is at the close corner, but neither of them are
ये लाइट वाला है.
in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half, trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they
हाँ,
are
ये वही है.
patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekin
भेजता हूँ.
want to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
इसको चार्ज करना
Scoreline is
बाकी है रे.
looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so
ये पांडा भी बेचारा ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के द्वारा टॉर्चर देख रहा है.
double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udatar up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site, and they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas.
हाँ, ऐसे गेम्स होंगे तो फिर क्या ही मजा है EWC में.
He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5.
फिर से 10 to half.
This man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Blast Cannon Guardian.
इससे बेटर गाइस उधर चलते ना, हेरिटिक्स वाला गेम देखते.
3k TP gets to the back of the site.
उधर गेम चालू होने वाला है, इधर दूसरा खत्म होने वाला है.
And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
उधर भी हेरिटिक्स ही जीतेगी, that is confirmed.
19-3 for Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally
Nope.
so far in this series.
No.
It's
हाँ हाँ.
ये हारने दे जी को, then we'll switch.
One man himself.
कैसा है? Welcome to the stream, baby. क्या हाल bro, क्या हाल? Bro, welcome to the viewing of involuntary sex by MIBR of G.
तू मेरे को मरवाएगा साले.
As nice as I could. Bro, I framed as nice, ठीक है? मैं और अलग-अलग अपशब्द यूज कर सकता हूँ.
मैं भगा दूंगा तेरे को यहाँ से. उठा के पटक दूंगा. आ तू वापिस आ.
सुनता नहीं है.
तेरे को भगा दिया था, तेरे को पता है? मैंने तेरे को भगा दिया था.
क्या क्या?
मैंने तेरे को भगा दिया था यहाँ से, मालूम है?
कब?
अभी.
कब?
ये तो मैं खींच के वापस लाया तेरे को.
नहीं, कब पूछा?
ये ले वापस भगाता हूँ. ये ले. भाग इधर से.
How are you feeling about this map? After all gamers losing in that fashion, getting so close to victory and slipping, I feel like that's one of the harder things to
टफ फाइट, टफ फाइट, टफ फाइट.
I think it's still better than where they
All
were
gamers
before.
ने actually tough fight दी है.
Like it looked like they didn't turn up at all. Now at least I'm sad they're going like, okay, they're on. Like the players are shooting. I think GRQ especially looked pretty good. Fangir built into the game. I think that this composition that like is going to be interesting to see it run on Ascent. because I feel like a lot of aggression on Ascent can be quite difficult to do. But more importantly, I'm excited to see Koshmaras on a Phoenix, because this guy has been, rightly so, called a bit of a Neon One trick. That's what he's been playing pretty much every game. So can he play something else? Because Phoenix is very, very different. He can't just use movement.
I was at one time. I was.
He kind of has to use the extra utility he has.
Will be interesting to see. I said that if this comp is run by all gamers, I feel like they're going to have a much tougher time of using it, especially on that defensive side if you want to get aggressive. We talked about it. You can fight for space in other ways. You don't have to go forward, sometimes a few steps back, and then you fight right back in. Kira baiting for GRQ to grab that kill. We're 5 versus 4 now as a result. Heretics are giving up on that short control, sending the spike towards B, but all gamers are very much in position on this.
मैंने तो गेम ही स्विच कर लिया.
क्या बोल रहा है वेनम?
मैंने तो गेम ही स्विच कर लिया.
कर लिया स्विच? नहीं भाई, मैं इनकी बेइज्जती देखूंगा थोड़ा. गाइस इसके बाद ट्विटर पे जाता है, मैं तो बोलता हूँ. मजा आएगा भाई. जी फैन तो मैं भी था, फिर इन लोगों ने MKC कर दी.
The same. Still an advantage sits
4v3
with Kira, and with the defensive side, an incredible effort considering
2v3 दोनों लो है. बू भी लो है, वूट भी लो है.
And now then I'm watching this.
I mean, there should be almost no way. Paranoia is being lined up as we speak. They're going to try to bait them out into the heaven walk. There was a nice attempt, but the headshot immediately delivered.
Nice try.
Shrimp keeps on going. 1-0 for all gamers. A big pistol pickup here.
That's the first one they.
भाई मजीनो खोद के जाएगा भाई. ये देख, ये देख.
खत्म भी हो गया. वाह.
It's to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who was kind of waiting in the back of the site, all he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him.
हमको
For MIBR, I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazino's just
I just don't know what to say, dude.
Get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B. Unfortunately. So that's how it be. That's how it be.
बोल.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's
बोलते
just
जा.
styling on them. And now 12-2, like you
जी
said,
फाइटिंग.
might see that
फाइट करने के लिए कुछ बचा है?
Fracked active for second, creeping up on the line. Easy opener onto Udatarn, and the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-2
नहीं,
here.
तो कभी-कभी अटकता है, पर ठीक है, वापस आ जाता है.
Probably get the rest of this round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up, A long, Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's
Whoa.
in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian, beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to
Nice.
work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped.
यहाँ से अगर 3v4 निकाल लिया ना MIBR ने.
Advantage. Getting that spike down as well, holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double pick, great spacing and entries in from GE are going to give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier as well as the sonic sensor.
मेरा भरोसा उड़ जाएगा भाई.
Even if they are able to
I failed my CA exams.
the site, hits all 3 players for MIBR.
हाँ?
And Autumn
ये कब हुआ?
Crystal to follow up, and Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just
Dude,
saving
एक
his bandwidth
second.
at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw
क्या
the
हो गया
opportunity
उबला हुआ आलू?
and they took it. Verno being left alone.
What
knowing
happened?
He couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not. going
एग्जाम्स
for
अभी
these
थे
things.
या अटेम्प्ट है?
Maybe
नवंबर में है ना
need to
अटेम्प्ट,
get
तो अभी
those
थोड़ी
picks,
है.
Still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they could get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Udatarn having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into senior. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the
आज ही
side,
निकला एंड आई
but happy to
फेल्ड
play
मे
retake in from spawn
अटेम्प्ट
side. There's
कोई
a
नहीं, फिर
steal
भी
kill
थोड़ा
trip
थोड़ा
there, but that's
स्ट्रीम
dealt with
देखने
by
आऊंगा
Na'Vi
AWC
Shoulder.
के। अरे ठीक है, सुन एक बात बताता हूँ मैं तेरे को, दिस वाज नॉट योर फाइनल अटेम्प्ट।
Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have
वैसे
the
क्या
critical
मतलब
flank.
कौन
They
सा
do need to
ये है,
keep that
आईपी
way.
ये दे रहा है,
This
सीए फाउंडेशन दे रहा है,
now
फाइनल्स दे रहा है, क्या दे रहा है,
this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially
इंटरमीडिएट दे रहा है, क्या दे रहा है
when
पता?
these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Catman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Osbos are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3.
Wow,
And no,
how the hell we lost
Mazzino
this?
with the final.
That is just back to
I just don't know भाई। फाउंडेशन है, अरे ठीक है यार, इट इज नॉट द एंड ऑफ योर लाइफ मैन। मैं देख तेरे को एक बात बताता हूँ, मेरी तू कहानी सुनेगा ना, फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट था, फिर तो क्या ही है। मैं तेरे को मेरी स्टोरी सुनाऊं, फॉर रियल में मेरी स्टोरी सुनाऊं, मेरे साथ क्या हुआ है। लाइक आई तो नेवर गेव सीए, मैं तो कभी किया ही नहीं। बेसिक कॉमर्स ही मेरे को पसंद नहीं थी, मेरे को साइंस कॉमर्स दोनों ही पसंद नहीं थी, मैंने आर्ट्स लिया था मैं। नाइस वन वोट, ये भी 2-0 हो जाएगा। ओके ठीक है, ये भी बढ़िया राउंड है। सो माय स्टोरी इज लाइक, मेरे को फोर्स किया गया था कि भाई तू, लाइक मेरे घर से फोर्स नहीं किया था, मैं जिधर कोचिंग जाता था ना 11th-12th, वहाँ मेरे को बोलते थे तू इतना पढ़ाई में अच्छा है, तेरे को तो सीए दे देनी चाहिए, सीएस दे दे। अल्लाह नहीं करनी भाई, मैं नहीं करना चाहता, मेरे को जर्नलिज्म ही करनी है, मेरे को स्पोर्ट्स और ई स्पोर्ट्स में इंटरेस्ट है, मैं वही करूंगा। एंड टुडे आई एम हियर फाइटिंग विद देम, हैविंग शिट टॉक्स विद देम, पर फिर भी मैं आज ये काम कर रहा हूँ ना।
The fact that they came in and lost so much so early on, it made me worried, but this was a much more direct play towards short. And Kosh Maris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor, is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success, like the Neon ult is...
मेरे को फोर्स आउट किया गया था कि भाई तू सीए के अटेम्प्ट्स दे, एंड आई वाज लाइक डूड मेरे को नहीं करना है भाई, मैं नहीं करना चाहता, और मैंने नहीं किया। फिर डब्ल्यू दिल के सुनो, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, आई एम हियर। अभी भी मैं एक चीज बोलता हूँ, अभी भी मेरे को जो अचीव करना है मैंने अभी तक अचीव नहीं किया। इट्स गोइंग टू बी 7 years इन दिस नवंबर, इट विल बी 7 years। नवंबर में 7 साल कंप्लीट हो जाएंगे मेरे, पता है, पर अभी तक मैं कुछ नहीं उखाड़ पाया हूँ।
I don't know how recreatable it is. Almost reminds me a little bit of like old school Ascent attack side, where it's like, did our jet get killed? Oh, they didn't. Oh, what happens now? Obviously, in this case, they do have the Phoenix as well, but that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds.
Like for real, मैं मजाक भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
If Woot goes down early, are they still going to be as impactful?
Well, they forced Fangir back again. He's had a tougher start, as you said.
But then too,
fights.
I am here showing up every day.
Looking for that. Kira's close by to help him out.
हाँ, तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, I'm still here showing up every day. हर रोज आता हूँ, स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, इसी उम्मीद में कि हाँ किसी ना किसी को देखूंगा।
They are just saving those credits through for the next round. So Heretics have an easier time here. We've seen this before.
कोई ना कोई नोटिस करेगा, कुछ ना कुछ मिलेगा, इंडस्ट्री में कोई ना कोई देखेगा। कंटेंट उसी वजह से क्रिएट करते हैं।
Push has to come to shove eventually.
Picking 45 seconds. It's also a sort of
चलो स्ट्रीम, अरे इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट। देखो क्या होता है ना, कभी भी यू शुड टॉक अबाउट इट, कुछ भी हो तो एक ऐसे टाइम्स पे अगर तुम बात नहीं करोगे ना और दिल के अंदर दबा के रखोगे चीजें, तो इट इज नॉट फन। इफ यू फील टॉकिंग टू मी, इट इज गुड भाई। और अगर मेरे से तुम नहीं बात कर पा रहे हो, तो अपनी लाइफ में ऐसा कोई होगा जिससे तुम बात कर पाओगे। बेल बजी गई, इसमें आया 1 मिनट, 1 मिनट रुको। तो you should talk. Four people watching guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Short getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as
3v5.
well. The defense have so much information.
आज वैसे भी ग्लोबल हार चुकी भाई साहब, एजीएल एजीएल अच्छा खेल रही है बे, ऑल गेमर्स बढ़िया खेलती है.
No, this was a fall by. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple, it is going to be a flawless round for all gamers to put them 4-2. And you see a lot of risks being taken there by
आज ग्लोबल हार गई है वैसे, कल पेपर एक्स हार गई थी भाई, पैसिफिक पे ना नरकुंडी लग गई है. आरआर क्यों हार गई थी कल, आज देखते हैं नोंगशिम कैसा खेलेगी. After this we have the game of Nongshim.
The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A site fight. So they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot.
ये ऑल गेमर्स की सारी लाइनअप ही मस्त खेलती है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, ऑल गेमर्स बढ़िया ही खेल रहे हैं. अब अपना अगला गेम विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल गेमर्स या फिर हेरिटिक्स, क्योंकि आज तो हार गए हैं.
No weaponry, no ults to play with. A dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far.
Nice shot.
He will be dealt with.
Good trades actually.
Still a 3v3. Koshmaris has also managed to find a gun.
Nice shot.
Another kill.
मैं बोलता हूँ हेरिटिक्स नहीं आ रही चाहिए, चलेगा. ऑल गेमर्स तो फिर भी ठीक है.
Now a 3v2. The chance to move together. The timing here a little bit off from Bai. They're both going to wrap up quite quickly. It's being watched, but the shot's not landing, and Fangir
1v1
with a chance, but he is on 10
Fangir 10 HP है.
One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs to land the heady. And it's clean. All gamers continuing to put
भाई गलत मार दिया रे.
I sort of mentioned it. The
Ulti use हो गई.
characteristic that Fangir had lost those two early fights was how good.
और एट द एंड Fangir मार भी गया. गाइस तुम लोगों को आवाज गेम की आ रही है ना, या बढ़ाऊं?
I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of all gamers. And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
तुम लोग भी क्या सोचते रहोगे? पूरा टाइम कैसा सा स्ट्रीमर हम लोग देखते हैं, पूरा टाइम ठूसते ही रहता है. बट यार क्या करें, भूख लग जाती है. अपना लंच टाइम 12:30 के आसपास का है, उसके बाद 6 बजे तक मैं कुछ नहीं खाता, फिर 6 बजे खाता हूँ, फिर रात को 9 बजे. और आलू भाई मैं आपको एक और चीज बोल देता हूँ, सीए फाउंडेशन निकलती है तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं निकलती है तो भी अच्छी ही बात है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ऊपर वाले ने कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा ही लिखा हुआ है भाई, इतना तो टैलेंट है कि कुछ ना कुछ तो अच्छा कर ही लेंगे। सो डोंट इवन थिंक कि अगर नहीं हुआ तो क्या करूंगा, आई एम ओवर थिंकिंग, सेंस ही नहीं बनेगा ओवर थिंक करने का। आजकल तो फ्रीलांसर्स कितना अच्छा अर्न कर रहे हैं। टाइम बाय कर लिया पूरा, लेकिन बू ने विव भले ही किया, टाइम इतना अच्छा बाय करके दिया है, वही बोला ना, टाइम इतना अच्छा बाय करके दिया है कि राउंड निकाल दिए।
It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
So don't even think you failed.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3. Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and chipping away at the attack side is really what we're looking for from this. Okay, hello.
Nice, Ray.
He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back.
Nice.
Who's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaris. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work. The Fangir up top. Woot will finally fall. And Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent.
Nice try, Ray.
Fangir from the backline is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror, and you mentioned it, perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2. And the pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost.
Nice try.
Plenty of orbs found. A run it back online for the next. And 7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like, whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake, like, just look at it. You got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even, like, look down the board a bit. Like, Akira's had hella impact throughout this game so far. 7-3. Again, 7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaris. Run it back online and available for both sides. For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say.
In
particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, The spike is sat outside.
पानी का bottle किधर है?
They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control.
तीन लोग देख रहे हो guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills has worked. A very dangerous ult dealt with right off rip, and now there's a snake in the grass.
Ah, bhai sahab.
Idea about the unrelenting buy finds two. And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage.
एक एक गोली मार रहे खाली.
Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people in.
6 people watching guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split in from behind. Well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds like we saw it as well.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है बे ऑल गेमर्स. ये मैप तो एक्चुअली अच्छा खेल रही है. पिछले मैप में भी they tried to come back but नहीं हुआ.
And of course Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top.
Nice shot, Woot.
Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls.
Woo!
Dude is by. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish for it on the other side.
Woot is trying कि एक एक गोली connect हो जाए. नहीं हुई.
The rest of the squad is cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins.
Never mind.
No shortage of
Good half actually.
2 targets to take down.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ 8-4 भी अगर हुआ तो बहुत बढ़िया हाफ है.
Outside Jenny, it's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
Oh wow, the drone's going up. The plant will come through.
इनको हाईलो ही खेलना चाहिए. हाईलो is better.
Needs to try and find the spams and waiting on.
Nice.
Will be 2 players. Heretics at least able to find a semblance of balance towards the end.
I would say 8-4 is a good half. Ascent के मैप पे 8-4 का स्कोर लाइन.
Yeah, and we came in
ठीक ही है, बढ़िया है.
We came in talking about that Phoenix and how much impact it can have, and in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server.
By the way,
on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics is slowed down, but GRQ continues to carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got
double
the opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind
rounds.
of like without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like you look at GRQ in this map and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have the run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time.
Heretics was strats running from Phoenix like from Clover.
And now, when you think about it,
Both throwing.
to get the orbs on. It's the attack. So he
How come the match of GE versus MIBR ended this short? TH need to rebuild. They can maybe keep caution, Benny, that's it. People reading all this, tweeting all this, chatting all this, I would say guys, देखो एक मैप या एक हाफ हुआ है अभी तक. मैं अभी तक बोल रहा हूँ हेरिटिक्स का एक ही हाफ हुआ है.
With a victory. This composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore because it's already been the case. In the last
I would say अगर पिस्टल जीतती है यहाँ पे हेरिटिक्स, बहुत अच्छा चांस है, बहुत अच्छा चांस है कि 2-0 क्लोज करेंगे.
Win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set
Oh my.
Lotus already?
6 people watching guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that.
Reens can hit one.
Heretics have
एक हेड तो लगना ही चाहिए.
flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Wu to continue forward, but they see nothing.
They're going back. They're going back. They're going back.
Otherwise, not a sight or a sound to be found. As
Now, if Boo hits one, I get
clumping towards the A site. In fact,
भाग रहा है Boo.
they wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position. Oh, the position spotted run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one.
ये जो mid पे आ रहा है बंदा. Oh, okay.
They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on
5 HP वैसे ही चली गई.
Might not be so easy.
Nice shot, Riens.
Does well, but again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmaras.
NT.
Hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence. But as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs, going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for. But the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics' first full buy might not be very easy.
Yeah. Similarly, you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. Almost kind of
Okay, बढ़िया है भाई. EFC ने कुछ अच्छा अनाउंस किया है.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day, and it almost feels like one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Koshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole, though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous, and already it's starting to look a bit...
Nice shot. 1v3 again.
Well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct.
Either it resumes in 4.5 minutes.
Could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. Expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life.
तू भी देख ले भाई.
From map 1. We saw it though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like
hit you, man.
That one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems.
Sorry, Pandey. Guys, क्या नाम रखे इसका बताओ?
All gamers have complete control right away.
Paranoia होने के बावजूद.
Statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2. A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right.
गलती से वो क्लिक हुआ है पता है?
A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge. The very tips of their fingernails.
Through the smoke they go, and
एक दोनों ने मार दिया.
Heretics cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boo going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic, the individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break-back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Vangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that.
Okay,
round,
good
to
shot.
have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense, and Woot. Well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodge.
नहीं रे, मार सकता था.
Huge is cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through.
एक ही मार पाया.
GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians
2v2.
is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to
दो बनाम दो.
scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rian's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good.
अरे नहीं रे दादा. Try अच्छा था, but it was remained a nice try. ऐसा हो गया.
Right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 20.
फटाफट actually हो जाए ना, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब
be there with him. He's 15 and 6. He's just not been dying.
I actually still think, पता है,
Heretics
कि अगर
it's not even a last ditch effort.
monetize हो जाए ना, पट से मजा आ जाएगा.
Fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
अभी पता है 800 hours अपने हो चुके हैं. अपने को 4000 hours करने हैं. 5 times of what we have done yet.
When you're up against pistols.
Shot.
And, well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances.
4v4.
Spikes on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side, only having a bandit. It's a good position, but 1, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they
not
looked
really
at the
weapon
time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again.
Kind of an anti.
Is the furthest
Once again.
And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. They need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through.
काटने दौड़ रहे थे भाई. ऐसा हाल, ये इतना chaos, काटने दौड़ रहे थे.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can
and
lose.
the running back's gone now.
Yeah, they can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5. Exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
That's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Yeah.
There's someone in chat right now probably so angry that like clearly he's a bias. No, I think they're equally as screwed as All Gamers were in the last map. I think All Gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one, it was like, Woot's finding all these openings. What do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well.
Guys, you know what? मैं थोड़ा सा drowsy feel कर रहा है अभी.
Whereas for All Gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17 and 6. Bangier's 12 and 7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for All Gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more.
Oh, hey.
Rien's, nice opening. It's by down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short.
Still they're hitting good shots.
And a Hunter's Fury. Maybe he.
Badhiya.
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is where the comeback begins. I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go.
He spotted something, I guess.
Nothing position. Like, still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to All Gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like, even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure hits you. Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure. Because although we've always talked about them as a second place cursed team, that was broken, well, multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder, but at least, see, especially with the comp you're against, the amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy, and that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh. Bangir gone, but the weapon has been retrieved. Woot's aggressive positioning this time does pay dividends, but I don't know if he's going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for All Gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way. Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
Yeah, as it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sending out a main aggression, and this time it's going to be changed up. Instead of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen, whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over in main, or by a player. He wants someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight. With
Heretics coming back in this map is crazy, bhai.
Very well executed. GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
Nice bait and switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic. Even still, though, 2 players about to come up.
Nice shot.
Coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting. And it seems
4 मिनट की बात हुई थी वहां कौन सा गेम चालू किया है.
Almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to
XLG or
more tentative plays, whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the 2 players that go to push it, it's quite staggered going through those battles. It gives the opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloudburst his way out, run back to short, and then can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable.
अच्छा स्ट्रानो इसमें था ना.
After he dashed to the left.
M8
They get to keep the guns. This is going to be important for them to have something going into the next round. And
he died or he survived?
I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well, maybe we'll be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the next one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing at all. Which is always a good way to come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So, a strong economy.
I don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had maybe 1 or 2 players that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still 1. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still 1 left after this. 4-round gap. Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another 2 go by and see where you stand, but I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again. And Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the players, the shots, the reactions aren't there, like we've seen before, this composition from all gamers.
Having 4 BO3s in a diz. Very hectic, huh?
Hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force
4 तारीख को क्या games है?
Huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online.
अच्छा जेंटल में XLG चालू हो गया है. यहाँ ये खत्म नहीं होगा तब तक नॉन्गशम G2 चालू नहीं होगा.
Well, for Team Heretics, its only will certainly be needed. All gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw on short a few rounds ago.
Would be Woot. They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay. By with another. As well. And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse. This is the bait. They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's now kind of facing even in towards their spawn. Re-ent has been revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2 players within the back of this B site. They have done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line.
अरे इस मोमेंट पे लोडिंग मत दिया कर.
time.
12-8 पे.
They need to get a move on in towards this site. Benji sitting, the wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny, and that's at least one for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward.
We're going map 3 in series number 1, guys.
Patient with it, even looks for the contact.
We're going map 3.
That will be there to close out the map a little bit quicker than
the distance.
इधर चालू हो गया है.
Yellow. Do you know the late activation from Leo to come through a little bit later?
M8 versus XLG.
Should be come through double doors now.
गाइस ये वही नो मैन है जिसको इंडियन प्लेयर्स ने बहुत मारा है पकड़ पकड़ के.
4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But Happyway trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out.
Nice.
But it is. This round, gentlemates.
Yeah, really good retake coming in. They were so ready with that flood. The fight towards mid as well, getting all that information towards B. Looks like a really nice start here for Gentlemates. Very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which used to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martine, leading the charge, able to get onto site. Looks really good for them. And for Sheila, I mean, what can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now, guns on the board for Gentlemates and Sheila. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs, or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now, Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Sheila Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. There we go.
Okay.
Last one in for members.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Of the defense so far. Lysol will respond with 1 star, so the rest of the Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually.
Phantom dropped actually.
Towards belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here. Big shot from Raga. Secondary.
Huh?
Doesn't quite get the third, but puts himself in a great position and maybe gets the work done with Lysor. But if he's still the right.
Thirsty round.
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as
भाई must खेली बे.
what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in 1 by 1, not clearing those close angles. It's kind of detrimental for them.
That was it a 3v5, I believe? Yeah, it was. Start of the 3v5, and you see Raga getting these 2 disgusting shots. Martine, obviously behind the smoke. But then the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up in Lysor. Really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for some sort of contact play. They're not going to get anything soon, though, because XLG doing a good job, playing passive the way that they usually like to, playing that slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do anything way too aggressive. But set up in nest here, giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
See Sheila even pinging over towards belt. They sent a recon in that direction, a little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves 3 entries onto A. They'll find a clean site here. Full retake scenario for Gentlemates on A. As Bippo would be the one to find out the bad news in short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this B, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this retake. Mini, here with Martine grouped up, going towards that flank and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal, but minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it if nothing else happens. So let's just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean, Starso activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only happy way in No Man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out...
What the fuck score जी अभी फ्री हुआ और देखा बहुत गंदा मारा, बहुत गंदा मारा. मैं ट्विटर खोल के बैठा हूँ फोन पे. जो दिख रहा है ना ट्विटर पे.
Just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit.
That is harsh.
I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up.
मतलब जो चीजें ट्विटर पे दिख रही है, that is pretty harsh.
Fast A main here though for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Stars are on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now.
यहाँ XLG जीत सकती है.
Well, Gentlemates have to be a little bit quicker here, a little slow.
क्योंकि रारगा मारता है.
See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone.
देख रहा है फ्रॉस्ट जाने का नतीजा. हाँ दिखा वो तो भाई दिखा दिया कि फ्रॉस्ट गया. उसके बाद अब याद तो देखो, इट्स वन ऑड डे बोल सकते हैं कि ये एक ऑड डे था, या ये बात कर सकते हैं कि भाई फ्रॉस्ट गया इस वजह से ये परफॉर्मेंस आई. XLG तोड़ देगी ये मिड को ऐसे. पकड़ पकड़ के मारेगी XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your 2 players flank just haven't even applied any.
तुम ट्विटर खोल के देखो काली, मैं इतनी देर से 10 मिनट ट्विटर ही स्क्रॉल किया हूँ. जो भरा गया है ना ग्लोबल को. M8 में सिर्फ मार्टिन मारता है. हाँ वो तो करमाइन कॉप वाला है ना, केसी मार्टिन है. इधर नोमन और रागा दोनों मारते हैं.
Explosivity with Rag with a double into Lysol with his own double. XLG 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find...
भाई जो मतलब मैं मजाक भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ, जो जी को धोया गया है ना, वैसे कोई गंदे कपड़े को भी नहीं धोता. ये देखो. Okay, Strano gets 2 and that's a good thing. 2v3 around. Huh?
Because Prox has got a happy way down. A single member
Okay.
of Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower.
फिर खा के आ गया.
See if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many.
पढ़ा वो chat तो पढ़ ली मैंने. I thought I missed one chat, but नहीं, I read everything. मतलब थ्रो भी किया है ग्लोबल ने, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं थ्रो किया है. ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आउटशाइन करके खेल रही थी कहीं ना कहीं MIBR.
He's 20 HP, little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
अगर एकदम ही आउटशाइन करके खेल रही होती तो बात अलग थी, बट एकदम ही आउटशाइन करके भी नहीं खेल रहे थे. 1-3 2-3 हो जाएगा. देखो हो गया 2-3. उधर क्या हाल है हेरेटिक्स के गेम का?
Sort of just plants and holds position.
गेम चालू ही नहीं है उधर हेरेटिक्स वाला तो.
Trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's
guys एक काम करो.
either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds every single time the trades just aren't there, or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site,
तुम लोग देखो मैं आया.
Well,
Give
Phil
me
played it so slowly.
5
He was
to
able to
7
trade, I
minutes.
believe he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. But how many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6?
I'll be right back.
This time now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury though going to be trying to find its mark. It's W's Leo.
भाई जब से बोला है कि M8 में खाली एक बंदा मारता है, एक फ्लॉलेस निकल गया है, एक राउंड निकाल दिया है, लोगों ने मारना चालू कर दिया है. They be like, आदि ने हमको ऐसा कैसे बोला?
Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gone that space every single time.
Yeah.
And they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Sheila, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop
तुम
fighting
लोग
it.
देखो,
They continued to push forward.
मैं
continued to get
5
that in.
मिनट.
And I think it was really well played. But now we're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is knives on the side of Nomad as well as a Stinger. So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happy Way's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site it's going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Gonna be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so for Gentlemates. 5v5, full site has been taken.
Ooh.
And Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge for double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill, 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well, has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga, post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K is a really good reason why he switched back onto that Sentient off of that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Raga having a phenomenal clutch there for
Yep.
It was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with, particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG. Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happyway that had the majority. Happyway is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so far as it's Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happyway, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time they have numbers. A drone coming in, and it's such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick onto Starzo, another onto Martin. And now, Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
Nomad is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates, just down to 1 for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? Got a double kill on that last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great, chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
That was crazy. I mean, mates, they gambled that round. Mini taking the operator towards that elbow this time. They're trying to get that information. They put the Viper's pit down in a main. They gambled so much. They knew that they would be able to delay for long enough, tried to get the early information, but they just didn't push far enough down that elbow. They were a little bit too scared to overextend. And because of that Sheila, they had so much space to just go into B main. And what I really like here is Sheila, I feel like before they were kind of more well known for their defaults, playing it a little bit slow. But it's interesting because they've picked Breeze into Gentlemates and they're also just doing these executes. So I think they're really on this kind of mindset of, I don't care what they do. I don't care that they haven't banned this map. We're just going to do our executes, play our playbook, and it's working out really well for them.
And they're usually just sort of going in, executing, committing to the site.
Go, go, go!
And it's win or lose there, as we saw even on previous rounds where XLG wanted to fight for the A orb, and they'll die there if they have to. No backing out at all. But this time around, it's XLG going all the way up mid. And mates should know that they've completely lost mid control here. Tunnels is open. Many looking for that angle. Doesn't quite land the shot, no man. We'll get a lick of damage over towards him though.
Slow default once again. Trying to get any information here. No man just constantly peeking, being annoying towards that Tons, but he's gonna hear that nothing is really contesting him here. Able to walk up and down towards that mid doors, and it looks like they're grouping to another A execute once again. But Martin actually getting the pick onto Lysor.
Yeah, mid to A, I should have said that. The letters mixed up, but one play does go down in terms of Lysor. Raga, though, once again, really showing his worth here. Leo, and No Man gone at this point, so Gentlemakes are starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. No one left. Raga doesn't even get secondary there. They wanted to make their way on towards A, losing a player super fast. Is XLG. Ended up being the mid to B, mid to A rather, that was perhaps a little too slow for them.
Yeah, I think Martin overstayed his welcome towards that mid. He had so much space. Then he just walked back and got peeked for free. So, kind of crazy. I meant No Man, sorry, not Martin. But just overextending, keeping that space for way too long. They just got punished.
I think XLG maybe thought they had more successfully sold the B fake than they actually did.
Yeah.
Belt now being taken by Gentlemates.
Poison's off.
We're moving up into mid a little bit, but once again going back over towards the orb, going back over towards the shop.
And again, Gentlemates have gambled towards this elbow, trying to get info, but they're not going to hear anything, and they're going to have an inkling it's towards that A.
Patience here as his drones coming through. You should know it's going to be A at this point, though. Happy Way does have an angle. He's going to clean a shot. He gets both of them. In fact, the No Man on the side itself with Bippo. Seems like Raga's got to run it back every couple of rounds, and he's going to make his ability known to at least get his team onto site. And straight after the ultimate usage, will find a kill as well. Back over to A, where they found most of their success, and this time not going through mid. Straight at the guts and shops instead.
If I'm Gentlemates right now, we're taking a timeout. I think we just saw a glimpse of that on that screen, and I'm really talking about these setups, these defensive setups. They've been struggling the whole time in order to just gamble the right way, get that space. They know they're taking that A main a lot. Now they've started to give up mid. They're focusing a lot. This is the third time we've seen them fight for that elbow. One time they were actually towards that B main, didn't get punished. The other two times, nobody was there. It's just way too slow for me on the side of Gentlemates to get that information, to know where they're going to stack their defenses, because right now they're just too stagnant, staying in that so often and giving up the retake almost every single time. It's so hard when a team is good at post plans.
Should be a lot more of a better retake had two plays not gone down to happen, but even a 1-for-1 trade there would have been ideal. But just not quite clearing that pushed up angle that Happy Way had. Doors entry onto site would have helped a lot. And just so many, because Raga's had an incredible half so far. Multiple runner backs in this opening half to just really give them the opportunity to break onto site with full confidence. Whether he actually gets kills using the ultimate or not, the job gets done.
And now jumping back into another gun round here for both teams. A little bit light armor of Gentlemates. A little bit light on this buy, as I say that. They've switched the Guardian and the Vandal over to Mini, which makes a lot of sense. They're setting up for, again, this elbow play that hasn't really gotten them that much value. But this might just be the round, because three of these players here on Shilai, they're playing really passive, and I'm wondering if they think it's an eco.
Here we go. Possible contact, but not going to be a committal from Gentlemates through the elbow itself. But how about on this window on the B side? Rock senses something. He doesn't want to cross that angle. Calling over for a little bit of help here as well.
Go, go, go! Big rotate coming in from the side of Gentlemates, and it looks like Shilai Gaming, they're not really sure where they want to end either. Just kind of making noise, putting pressure anywhere, trying to see if there's any reaction from the side of Gentlemates. And I'm convinced that Shilai thinks that there is a thrifty going on. But they're going to group up towards A. And the actual rotate that's been made by Gentlemates to play that 2-2-1-2 towards mid might be beneficial, because they're able to rotate into this A side a lot quicker. But it's just down to Bippo and Starzo to actually hold it down for long enough.
Okay, this is a very fast rotate. Look at the defense. Orb is going to get taken. That's going to give it a little bit of time. Martin has arrived. Will that be enough? First scan coming on through. You got to know that this is for sure going to be the execute. No Man caught by that scan as well, but so far still alive, still hanging out, still available for his team as Bristol Gentlemates try and flood back in, but straight into the loving arms of Raga, who once more is just getting a lot of work done here. Spike planted down, Pit's in there as well. 3 versus 3 now, 2 instead. As he takes down Bitbo, and it's just Prox alive. He's only got a Guardian as well. Only 2 rounds left to play through, so you know your boy ain't saving, but he's got to run into the Lion's Den.
The winning condition this round for Sheila Gaming was getting onto that site, getting that Viper's Pit down, especially after getting the Viper's Pit online. Prox is out, saving that weapon. Makes a lot of sense because that winning condition is just so hard to beat. And again, Gentlemate's just able to allow Sheila Gaming to get onto site almost every single time. We need to see the post-plant statistics for this because the spike has been down, I'm going to assume, almost every single round, if not all of them.
It's down a lot. I think a few of the rounds that it didn't go down included the A main hold with all the util dump defensively, where they just completely crunched them in there. Of course, we had the round as well that ended over towards A, where they were able to have a pretty successful Martine tucked away into a corner with Starso getting a number of kills. But beyond that, it's not too many memorable defensive rounds for Gentlemates.
And look at their economy right now. Kind of in shambles.
Prox has dropped over that one recovered weapon into Martine's hands as well, so you need to see this guy really bring the money to the table. This Fury just going to be ripped on through from Starso. That's early in the day. We'll get nothing out of that. Oh, this could be an interesting play, Mini. What does he feel about this one? Time is of the essence here, but he just doesn't land the shot. Bitbo as well falls. That's going to be the round, I'm afraid. No money coming into this unless Martine goes absolutely dummy thick. This is going to be XLG 8-4. They got the plant, 2 left to play through. Anything left? Just Raga going down, losing his ultimate.
चलो वी बैक बॉयज, थोड़ा सा काम आ गया था, वो खत्म कर दे.
4 still alive, and 4 is all that Gentlemates will get into.
बोल बोल.
हेलो
हाँ हाँ
हेलो
हेलो बोल 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 बोल.
हाय वेलकम बैक.
I'm back.
भाई तू नसीब भाई बोल दिया कर भाई आने के बाद. मैं क्या क्या बोल रहा था पता नहीं है तेरे को. भाई इधर ग्रिप विप निकालने की बात चालू थी.
नहीं नहीं,
देख रहा है क्या टीएच का मैच देख रहा है.
मैं टीएच नहीं देख रहा हूँ, मैं केसी और ये जेंटलमेट्स और एक्सएलजी देख रहा हूँ.
वो कैसे चालू हुआ.
तो जी 2-0 हार गई तो वहां का गेम तो चालू ही होगा ना.
अरे हाँ राइट. अरे यार वो नहीं देखना मेरे को. भाई टीएच देखना, थर्ड मैच चालू है.
उधर थर्ड चालू हो गया.
हाँ 1-3.
हाँ तो गई टीएच फिर आज रिवर्स स्वीप होने वाली है.
Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low by.
ये लास्ट ईयर के ईडब्ल्यूसी चैंपियंस है बाय द वे.
Let's throw caution to the wind.
इस साल कुछ भी हो रहा है ईडब्ल्यूसी में, सही बात बताओ. पेपर एक्स हार गई, टीएच ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ लूजिंग है. अरे नहीं, बट थ्रो किया उन्होंने. कल का गेम देखेगा तो को पता चलेगा कि भाई हारी कैसे आ रही है, और नहीं हारना चाहिए था, वैसा गेम हारी है.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they sent 3 players to fight early on, and look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights.
भाई एक तो ये सीज नेट के कॉम्बो में फंस कैसे जाते हैं प्लेयर्स, मेरे को तो वही नहीं समझता.
This is an interesting, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether. Because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Like 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I
रुक जा रहा हूँ.
they've really impressed
चल ठीक ठीक ठीक.
today. Up against Heretics again on map 1, we see Woot on fire.
यहाँ से यहाँ भागते हैं, रुको.
XLG walking down mid for the time being.
भाई एक तो इतने सारे मैचेस एक साथ चलते हैं ना.
Towards B, first up is going to be Leo to see if he can find anything on the way in. He doesn't get spotted. Calling over the troops slowly and surely with maybe a couple of
हेक्टिक
extra
तो
G's
ठीक
as
है,
well to
चलो
get
एक
into
बात
the
है
spawn.
भाई, मिसिंग आउट गुड गेम्स.
Nice shot from Rarga. Happily gonna get the pick onto Bippo Mini though.
Oi.
Trading onto Rarga and a beautiful shot again from this Vibrant to Mini. Two nice headshots, Martine.
I still think one.
And now all of a sudden a 3v2.
I still think one thing.
Gentlemate Starzo manages to get one.
कि टीम इंडिया ने इसी नोमिन की टीम को हराया है भाई.
अरे हाँ ना.
जो यहाँ एमेट की बैंड बजा रही है.
Bro, Team India is too goated, bhai. Nice shot, bro. Kosh. I'm so
Very
glad
composed
India
as
got a
XLG
victory.
to
By the
मतलब
way,
वो
people, you all know कि नहीं? Team India qualified for ESPORTS Nations Cup.
A reason to.
हाँ बोला
After
मैंने.
saving
क्या
another
बोला?
मैं यही बोल रहा था. द थिंग इज कितना ज्यादा क्रेजी थिंग्स हैपेंड कि जहां वीसीटी स्टेज पे एक इंडियन प्लेयर नहीं है. टीम तो छोड़ो, क्या ही बोले. वहां ईएनसी में डायरेक्ट क्वालिफिकेशन आई है.
Yeah, not even invited. We made it through the run.
मतलब पूरा जीत के घुसे हैं.
एक हारे खाली एक. वो भी जापान से.
वो भी डबल पिंग पे खेल रहे थे भाई. जापान 40 पिंग पे थी, हम 140 डबल भी नहीं, काइंड ऑफ हम 110 120 पिंग पे थे.
70-80 पे थे हम लोग. And that's too much, bhai. It's too much to play a FPS shooter game. ये LAN का आदत है ना सब गेमर्स को.
अरे लैन भी ठीक है, बट मुंबई, अगर हम इंडिया वाले भी खेलते हैं तो मुंबई सर्वर खेलते हैं ना, और मुंबई सर्वर पे भी पिंग सबको बढ़िया ही आती है.
एंड एट मैक्स सिंगापुर पे 40 आएगा भाई.
श्रिम्प ने क्या मारा है.
होता है तो देखना भाई. ये वेनम को पता रहेगा ब्रो.
क्या चीज क्या चीज.
कॉडम का कोई टूर्नामेंट होता है क्या?
कॉडम उतना नहीं होता है, मतलब होता भी है तो बिहाइंड क्लोज डोर्स ही होता है, ऑफ स्ट्रीम्स ही चलते रहते हैं.
अच्छा.
क्योंकि नहीं है रे, इंडियन ऑडियंस नहीं है उतनी.
एक्चुअली ना क्या इशू हुआ पता है? जब कॉडम बूम हो रहा था ना तब ये लोग हक दिए.
हाँ नहीं, बट एक्चुअली कॉडम बूम हो रहा था तब हगे नहीं, पता है तब क्या हगा. बोलना नहीं चाहिए, बट इंडियन पासपोर्ट हक दिया.
ओह ऐसा सीन है क्या?
यस.
हाउ डू वी रीच दैट स्टेज? Oh, just join communities, man. I mean, see, when Val tournaments weren't happening officially now, I used to just go into communities. Go join up Discord servers, CODM के related.
सो प्रॉब्लम उधर ही आई कि हम 3 बार क्वालिफाई किए फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप ऑफ कॉडम, और हम जा कितनी बार पाए पता है?
इंडिया, राइट? हाँ.
एक बार. हमने 3 बार क्वालिफाई किया है.
But we were able to go once only.
यस, और वहां पे भी हम लोग #2 आए थे.
Oh shit.
क्योंकि द कॉडम का बेसिक जो एक बोलते हैं ना कहीं बेस कैंप जो बना हुआ है इन चाइना. तो सारे के सारे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के टूर्नामेंट्स चाइना में ही होते हैं, और चाइना के वीजा लग नहीं रहते इंडियन प्लेयर्स के.
Okay, got it, makes sense. That I didn't know, रे. CODM का
कॉडम बहुत अच्छा, अब इंडिया में बहुत अच्छा कर रहे थे कॉडम के लिए. बट द ओनली प्रॉब्लम विच हैपेंड वाज दिस.
यार स्मोक भी नहीं है देखो. चाइना ना. ओके, गॉट इट. हाँ बट वही है यार, यू जस्ट गो टू सर्च कम्युनिटीज टू कम्युनिटीज मैन.
हेरिटिक्स नहीं जीत रही यहाँ पे, अपन चलते एक्सएलजी के गेम पे.
हैं, आई थिंक हेरिटिक्स कर लेगा यार.
नहीं करेगा, इट्स डन फॉर हेरिटिक्स. उधर एक्सएलजी अच्छा खेल रही है. After this, we have a game for Nongshim Red Force as well.
They're going aggressive, taking that back site, dishing out exactly what XLG gave to them and making sure that they're showing them that they can play those post-match really well. All 5 rifles too as well, save for them. It's going to help them snowball, potentially get an operator online in 2 rounds for Mini. And No Man here saving that operator all the way towards that window. Heavyweight actually going to get away with that Phantom as well, but No one here to contest him just yet. Everyone just playing it safe.
GG है भाई,
Two
मुझे भी लग रहा है।
players on Gentlemates got away on 10 HP as well. Probably
Yeah.
copped a dink coming through from the Phantom. Didn't quite go down.
Hello.
बोल
2 kills that I'm sure XLG would have liked to have had, but yeah, we talked about this
एक
earlier.
सेकंड में रुक,
So
गेम
much
साउंड बंद
HP.
करने दे, तेरा कम आ रहा है। बोल क्या बोल रहा है?
नॉन्गशिम वर्सेस कौन है?
नॉन्गशिम वर्सेस G2 है।
कल है ना?
आज है 3 तारीख।
है? Oh shit bro, नॉन्गशिम वर्सेस G2 and 100 Thieves versus BBL. Okay.
100 Thieves versus BBL?
नहीं वो कल है, वो
100 Thieves versus BBL is tomorrow.
Okay, okay, got it.
Yep. G2 नॉन्गशिम आज है।
Okay, okay, got it. वो लास्ट गेम है ना?
वो फाइनल गेम है। That will happen after this BO3. AGL और इसका ऑल गेमर्स और हेरिटिक्स का।
हाँ, okay.
और जो जल्दी खत्म हो ही जाएगा, ऑल गेमर्स फोड़ रही है अभी। ये वाली स्ट्रीम जल्दी खत्म होगी, XLG M8 की स्ट्रीम जल्दी खत्म होगी।
Last one standing.
XLG खत्म कर रही है भाई, M8 गई।
For something here, gets the singular kill, but the number of rounds left to play is just so minimal.
People were saying Chinese teams थोड़ा सा अंडर परफॉर्म कर रही है। Chinese teams और लाइक अभी करके दिखाते हैं।
Anything slipped through. Okay. One more for Starso.
क्या हुआ?
EDG is out या in?
ADG लोअर ब्रैकेट में है आई गेस।
Okay.
एक सेकंड, लेट मी चेक। हाँ, EDG इज इन लोअर ब्रैकेट। RRQ के अगेंस्ट गेम है, कल ही है।
कंधे गेम्स देख के मेरे को इतना नींद आ रहा है ना ब्रो।
कल ही है।
क्या है?
EDG वर्सेस RRQ कल है।
Okay.
Happen because you do not want to let it get to 12-5.
और तुम सोचो,
by next round, but it's still not
XLG और ऑल गेमर्स ये चाइना के अंदर #1 फिनिश भी नहीं किए।
happy way is there to clean it up.
Too many members to get on through. And you have to play for these rounds now. Too late in the day to still be saving, I'm afraid. And
Chinese team perform नहीं कर रही, ले Chinese team भी like अभी कर देते हैं, है ना? I mean they're like very weird bro.
That kill.
बहुत रैंडम टीम्स है।
Rock, sorry, just running out through that smoke. No one is able to come out. Your neon isn't even out yet. You're running out through that smoke. You're not
इतनी रैंडमनेस एक्चुअली और किधर भी नहीं दिखेगी तुमको।
so disconnected. It feels like it's not clean at all. A little bit sloppy.
अब ये वही नोमैन है जिसको वेंका ओन कर रहा था
Looking really rough, but
और आज टॉप रैंक कर रहा है।
he has an op online. But Nomad's actually pushing towards the south.
they spotted Nomad. He's got to get out of there. Doesn't land the shot again. Unfortunately, 0 for 3 in terms of the last 3 shots he's taken. The Gentlemate's happy to get their player out alive in that scenario, but they also don't end up catching Nomad. Will this be something found for Minino?
नहीं तो शाम तक.
If Happy Way is
Yeah.
thinking about doing anything, which I don't think he is.
Nice bro.
Be content with just hanging out so far. Tucked away.
Good shit.
Raga's just going to pop ult though. XLG looking through mid. It's going to be
वाओ, क्या प्ले बनाया है भाई हैप्पी वे ने।
secondary. Martin overdriving. No man down. 4 versus 3. Numbers looking good for Gentlemate's plant coming through.
The moment I said that,
Long range.
He died.
Lightning isn't good enough. Leo will even up numbers, and you have a cheeky 1v1 as well. Raga is not knowing of. We'll find out now. But on the other side, you still have Leo onto prox.
1v2
Not enough for
Nah, this one
XLG to retain their play advantage. A bunch of 1v1s.
Entry.
available. Gets it done.
यहाँ से अगर M8 कमबैक करती है तो थोड़ा सीन है।
You think?
They'll need more.
क्या score क्या
And the showstopper used
12 12 6 12 7 है कुछ।
gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangir
अब
having
इधर ऑल गेमर्स को देखने आए।
there's not exactly a lack of flexibility. in how they
इट्स एंटरटेनिंग हाँ, इतने सारे गेम्स एक साथ कवर करना।
Heretics
भाई फिर भी सब
seem to be
boring है
waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand.
मजा आएगा प्लेऑफ्स के टाइम पे। ग्रुप स्टेजेस में तो ठीक ही है ना यार, ग्रुप स्टेजेस के मैचेस तो ऐसे ही मिलेंगे अपने को।
I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however,
काइंड ऑफ वन साइडेड था, हम प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते थे। ठीक है अब लेव जीत गई, नहीं तो वो पेपर एक जीत के खत्म ही कर जाती।
this time the response
दोनों में से कोई भी
from
जीतता
Heretics
ना,
is to
like,
put Koshmaris there to support
finals तो भी
Benji.
अच्छा था पता
They're
है,
expecting
बाकी सब इतना
that move.
बाकी सब वन साइडेड प्रेडिक्टेबल था रे।
Side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
Throughout VCT,
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well.
Oh.
Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. By caught
Bhai.
walking through the wall. Woots here just in time. And there's a response immediately.
Fine.
You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on
भाई
all
ऑल
sides.
गेमर्स ने ये राउंड थ्रो कर दिया रे अलग अलग जाके
To run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same.
हर जगह जहाँ गए वहाँ फाइट लिए वहाँ हारे
Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C.
नहीं मुश्किल है
that we haven't seen all gamers just go for a more
अरे because 4th I can't come back till 4:30 ना
and now get
मेरे को वापस EWC भी करना है
तो कल परसों भी नहीं जाएगा
नॉट पॉसिबल कि नहीं हो पाएगा
हाँ मैं भी नहीं जाऊंगा भाई मोस्टली अच्छा है मैं सीधे मौत के लिए सोच रहा था जाने का एम्पली भी नहीं जा रहा है I was like fuck it भाई if एम्पली was going and तू जा रहा है तो मैं भी आ जाता यार this op is a bit you know jack थोड़ा he might get a kill भाई Oh, bro, what a timing. What a timing. Roxanne. What's she gonna do? Party online. What a read, भाई.
ये राउंड AGL निकाल सकती है बोला ना ये राउंड निकाल सकती है
destroyed. Boo obliterated trying to help out his teammate and now that A site is firmly
मैं वही देख ओवरड्राइव देख के और फेड का अल्टी देख के ही तो बोला था
catch someone crossing. Instead they're already there and Riens has found a kill back.
गलत play किया है लोग.
Nightfall's going to catch two. Both down below in the pit.
भाई तो जब भी
Luckily, no
बोलना
nade
खराब
left on
क्यों होता
Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out.
Oh, the timing!
Awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's falling.
भाई दो अच्छा मारने के बाद राउंड थ्रो कर दिए
Around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle.
Hey!
Tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get.
Bro, Riens bro, randomly बच जाता है ये भी आजकल. पहले तो बहुत consistent था.
A little bit quicker, especially with those knives. They're not gonna find anyone because gentlemates, they've put a read on this. That dart is gonna scan someone, and they're actually just holding it really passive, very smart as well.
भाई एक एक करके राउंड्स पुल बैक कर रही है मिड
Yeah, Gentlemate's playing this one super passively, understanding that XLG want to make some moves, and that's exactly what's happening. And movement is going to find Raga himself dead. Over the top is No Man. He'll finally get a kill. No operator. The Blade Storm's looking
4v3.
decent 4v3 as we look to see where Gentlemates want to move and looking like B for a finish as XLG's gone to A.
Two players towards that elbow, walking back. Sarzo with the spike in his hand, still sitting in spawn, still holding for any reaggression. But right now, She Like Gaming, their numbers up. They have the knives. They still have 2 rifles. This is really winnable for them, and they're not overextending because, again, they still have those 3 ults that's able to get them any sort of retake. And I'm pretty sure Leo, once he sees someone, he might just send that ult out just to put that damage down. And it's looking like an A main end here. Starzo might be able to get that orb as well to get his ult online, but no, they're just executing.
Yeah, okay, that first dash coming through a mini was a bit of a whiff there.
No, we didn't see it. It's fine.
Didn't catch that one on the POV on the main broadcast. And we're talking about the Hunter Sphere. That'll slow things down for sure. Lysol onto mini. And do you even have time to really get a plant down? This is going to be real close. XLG.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, one nice member to play through. Nice shot from Martin. That's what you want to see. The shock starts though. The utility is just causing problems.
30 HP.
But Martin has more to say in this round. Leo down in the 2v2. Martin has
भाई साहब No Man
XLG off the back and No Man. Wait.
XLG और एमिड बोलता रहो लास्ट राउंड था
अच्छा क्या सीन
जी एक राउंड एक मैच जीत गई है एक्सेल जी।
ओके नॉट बैड भाई वेनम मेरे को अब आइडिया तेरे का समझ आ गया भाई तू क्यों बोला था जी विंस तो 5 गिफ्टेड इट वाज इम्पॉसिबल भाई असंभव
Heretics
जान
start
मुझसे
to
बोला था
adapt.
भाई
They start
अब
to get
समझ रहा हूँ
control over Roble relatively free at
Vida
in the
3P
early
what is
rounds.
that
They
bro
start to play these rotations in
इसके
where deciding Benji is
टीएच
on
वर्सेस
CS
एजीएल
or
में भी द थिंग
A4
इज अगर
into
पिस्टल
a
जीत जाती है
trade.
एजीएल
And Koshmaris
तो
as
मैटर
well,
खत्म है टीएच का।
delivering a couple of
yeah
shots, but really the difference
क्योंकि मेरे
maker
को फ्रैक्स
in
देख
that.
के हंसी आ रही है, 2 3
Decided
5
that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them
momentum
to
ही
have
मिल
a
जाए
chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the
Well,
groups.
that's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead,
बारिश अभी
a
रुकी हुई है।
chance
क्या बात कर रहा है
to be one win
Yep.
away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if
अभी रुकी हुई
Heretics had
है।
seen
राइट नाउ इट्स नॉट
the
रेनिंग।
result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match, but also it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus All Gamers if it does end up in a decide,
चलो टिल टाइम
or they're
It
going
is
to have
not
to face an MIBR who
starting.
have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that
अगले
team right
switch
now.
TH में
Verno
मम्मी का थोड़ा
especially
काम करके
seems
आता
like
हूँ
he
मैं।
was incredibly confident in that matchup,
थोड़ा सा
but
काम बचा है
they
pending,
have
करके
got
आ रहा हूँ।
a
आ
wealth
गया
of
चालू हो
talent,
गया ओए
and I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
I think I'm gonna
No.
have to take over
Oh, not at all. For
DC
Team
वाले भैया
Heretics,
is back
a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps, now that they can put the pressure on. The tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start onto Kira. Nice shot onto Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Don't die bro, don't die. You got to
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind.
good shit man Benji.
While Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Riens. He is low on HP,
Nice
but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5.
Ease bro.
And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Riens isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator, sitting back. And even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Nice round boys.
At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and all gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Riens, but that's the thing, you have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps would be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
It's a very possible 2v3 guys.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered.
Very
but what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji. One shot, all he needs.
He knows.
Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map.
Dude, I think
for
like,
Heretics,
momentum
we said, coming to this event to defend the title. It's not off to a great start.
No, no. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time? Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have. Will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself two as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A third in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them. And they can play Ring a Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretics' fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind.
क्या हो गया भाई? पिस्टल तो जीत गई थी हेरिटिक्स, उसके बाद क्या हुआ? हाँ? नहीं होना चाहिए, नहीं होना चाहिए.
Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look
Shots!
like a pretty easy.
He was 30, but he just...
Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players.
Nice call, huh,
they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz.
किसका बोल रहा है?
I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped.
मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं है.
No matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boom.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I'm just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill on Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
क्या बोलता है
Last
वेदांत,
cannon
क्या
up as
प्लान
well.
है तेरा आज का?
This is probably the
क्या
right
प्लान
move
है?
to
कुछ
wanna
प्लान
send
नहीं है, स्ट्रीम खत्म करके दोस्तों से मिलने जाएंगे.
अरे शॉट किधर नीचे?
यस,
नाइस.
फिक्स है वो तो. अब ये तो ठीक है, स्ट्रीम कल लंबा चल गया,
हाँ
नहीं तो मैं तो रेगुलर जा रहा आजकल.
आज हो जाएगा 10 तक खत्म हो जाएगा शायद.
10 से पहले ही हो जाएगा.
हाँ भाई क्या एक ही गेम है ना G2 और नॉन्गशिम.
इफ इट बिगिंस एट 8 एज वेल ना, तो 10 तक हो ही जाएगा.
हाँ भाई भाई 10 तक तो इजी डन एंड डस्टेड.
G2 यार, क्योंकि होना 2-0 ही है नोंगशिम में, मेरे को वो
या
नहीं दिख रहा है.
नॉन्गशिम तो नहीं यार. अरे यार ये थोड़ा होल्ड करता ना एक और सेकंड मिल जाता. प्लान तेरी स्ट्रीम के बाद ऋषु से बात करना है, उसके बाद गेम करा. सॉर्टेड भाई वेदांत.
अरे एटलीस्ट शूट.
हेल ना ब्रो.
Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a
Hell,
haunt in
bro.
there as well
Yeah,
that
what the
revealed him while flying through the air. So while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed.
Nice shot, nice shot.
Whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage.
The trades, the trades.
Bangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their nightfall the other way. They don't expect it.
अब info है.
Corner hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that.
Half कर
defuse.
दिया है.
Now just needing a singular shot, and it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers.
खत्म कर दिया भाई all gamers को.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round.
यही होगा. अब यहाँ ऑल गेमर्स वाला गेम खत्म होगा, वहां पे
Woot goes into the next.
XLG वाला गेम स्टार्ट होगा.
Because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise.
What Heretics does now, they always fight.
Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
Make some kind of space somewhere.
You can see it. No walls spotted. And now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers.
Attacker smoke karta hai, theek hai? So no one can just.
This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there, so maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
The shot missed.
Just very lucky he didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him in the jump. That was a huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Kosh Maris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Rien's pixel perfect on the shot. Shows
खत्म. GG's.
and Shrimp is gone. This was the
No money left.
for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill.
Val M
7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out.
Go for it, bhai.
A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but
आ गया ना already तो.
none quite like this just yet.
Chinese version is there.
हाँ.
Global version में time है अभी.
खेली नहीं.
It has always been that कि भाई Chinese version बहुत जल्दी आ जाता है, फिर global version में बहुत time लगता है.
China is too this thing development wise. They're like decades ahead always.
गेम आए हुए 12 महीने होने आया, पता है Chinese version.
हाँ ना. Next year आ रहा है ना. I mean it भाई. Although game is same but it is different. Same but different. हाँ you तो play COD as well. So I think it's gonna be easier for you to transition towards it. Makes sense. The mobile players will be able to transition better. कर भाई, go
Point.
for it.
It is starting to feel like an inevitability,
Never a
but you
better
know, I said
time
that before, and we ended up
start.
13 to
It'd be a
11.
great time for a pause right now,
It would be,
actually.
wouldn't it?
एवरी तो ये सोचना रेने कि मैं खुद वेट कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ ना कॉडम के लिए ना.
Not COD but Valorant.
Sorry I mean Valem. एक मिनट मेरे को कॉल आ रहा है.
भाई वहां पे एमेट ने पहला मैप हारने के बाद पिस्टल जीत लिया लोटस का उधर भी.
Do the combination of players and coming through from the door as well. Stars, so like I said, leading the way, leading this team. And another opening pistol found. As a reminder though, on Breeze, XLG did win the Eco on that round 2 following. So this time around we're looking for General Mates to be able to lock up this.
मोबाइल होता तो उधर भी करता. ओ हाँ वो भी अच्छा है.
मैं तो क्यों वेट कर रहा हूँ वो रेने को भी पता है.
Yes. अरे अपना तो अपने को चालू करना है भाई स्टेज 2 के लिए.
करो करो. By the way guys, next weekend, not next weekend as well, 7 तारीख को ट्यूसडे LCQ है.
क्या?
ट्यूसडे को LCQ है.
EWC का?
ना VCT. ओहो रियंस.
Yo Rian. God damn bro.
वो हाईलो सेटअप में तीनों रियंस ने मारे हैं, चौथा भी.
End the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies.
एस मारेगा क्या?
Has given them the clearance of the site. And now Bai is all that
नहीं.
has finally died.
क्या ब्रिंग मी द आर्सेनल. भाई वो 5 बंदे एक गोली भी मारेंगे ना पिस्टल की तो भी मर जाएगा.
The neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and
क्या बोला था?
Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7, and our title defenders off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky,
yeah.
but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win dominantly. Map number 2, they got dominated. And then map number 3, it looked like they were going to lose. And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day. But ultimately, for Heretics, they got the victory. And that's all they're going to care about. They go into a matchup, I believe, versus MIBR, which on paper sounds like an absolute banger.
Well, for Team Heretics, I had questions about them coming in, how they'd perform on this stage after London, and now I have more questions. What I saw here today made me confused, but oddly hopeful for what Heretics can do. Here to defend the title.
उधर क्या हाल? 3-0 M8.
You walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke's gonna block them from doing that, but they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary here.
ये GG's तो है भाई. कौन है रे next?
The smoke fades. XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble there.
अभी तो M8 XLG चल भी रहा है. स्विच करना है तो स्क्रीन स्विच कर ले.
Watch over towards Pillar. Should be Starzo seeing the cross. Multiple members.
Shot.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
That is Spike on the floor though.
But look, nobody's on the C site here for Gentlemates. They've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starzo gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just
चल रहा है क्या किधर?
look to be
Hey.
but not quite. Door opens again. Starzo just knocks them all down, and only Raga alive now. He won't be able to do anything.
Nah, wait,
A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. Vithron coming up their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG need to be able to pilot this one well.
अबे Starzo को तो bench
Starzo's
किया
just
ना?
having a field day, honestly, at this
Starzo
point.
को
Like,
bench
just
किया, sorry,
getting those
sorry,
frags,
sorry,
and like you
my
said,
bad.
the timeout did in fact come in
Nah, bro,
for
nah,
XLG here. It makes a lot of sense
Which
because
tax को
you're
bench कर दिया
struggling.
भाई,
You need
देखा
to
कि
get
नहीं?
that first gun round or second gun round, sorry,
Venom.
under your belt, making
क्या
sure
हुआ?
you're taking fights
Tax को bench कर
really,
दिया.
really well. I
Mhm.
think for them, they're probably going to try to find that
Even
cipher,
पे
try
अरे
to
हाँ
break
यार,
some
वो
trips.
underperform तो
Just
कर
play
रहा
the
था
map
भाई.
a little slower.
देखो the things are here
Some sort of contact play. It
कि
just
भाई
hasn't worked out.
अब
Gentlemen,
it's high
they've done a
time.
good job with
मैं
defense. They've done a good job of getting that info early.
5 साल से वालो देख रहा हूँ.
हाँ.
नेम्स के पीछे टीम्स जब जब गई है ना तो टीम को मार पड़ी है.
Yeah, especially in the last year. देखना कितना rookie talents कितना perform करता है.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ नॉट ओनली ऑन मतलब वीसीटी स्टेज तो अलग ही चीज है. लोकल लीग्स में भी मार पड़ी है. अब जैसे रीजनल लीग के अंदर इंडिया में
हाँ हाँ.
वी वर हैविंग जस्ट 4-5 नेम्स.
Right.
वही लाइटनिंग फास्ट है, वही एसके रॉसी है, वही हेलेफ है, वही होक्स है. 5 प्लेयर्स वही लेके चले जाते थे.
पहले फोक्स भी नहीं था भाई.
हेलेफ और होक्स भी पुराने ही है.
हाँ पुराने बट इतना ये नहीं थे क्रेजी ये भाई. वूट +10 गया फर्स्ट किल्स में. वेनम
इधर एमिट खींच रही है भाई.
Do have a little bit of a push up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise so
ठीक है
far
ना,
Dog
इसलिए
in
तो
first,
map
only sees a single player.
एमिट का पिक है ना ये तो.
अरे बट वही है ना कि
Even later on,
क्या ये भी मैप 3 जाएगा?
come down to a retake. 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
जब तक ये मैप खत्म होगा ना तब तक वहां पे पहला मैप चालू हो जाएगा G2 और उसका.
Best part is that deep cipher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information. They don't even need to worry about this site at all, knowing that right now the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening. But they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep.
चलो पहला अच्छा प्लांट तो मिलेगा.
5v4 retake, mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through my team as well. By the way, one away from
Now shoot
Nightfall first after the
actually
round
shoot
was
some
spent.
good shots.
4v5 में स्टार्सो के बाद
Here we go, rip it through.
Alt भी है.
XLG end up dodging out of respect.
हाँ?
Raga falls super early.
अबे गन बैरल दिखी नहीं थी क्या मिनी? बहुत लेट मारा मिनी ने.
Quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super offsite, now has to do it all, and it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing.
One more flawless for M8.
Whatever
Nah, bro. What is happening?
Starso 8 in this short break between maps. I gotta know, because I need that in my life, because
Need
he's
that.
absolutely
Actual-
fragging out. He's
actual
going
riddle.
crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time,
stage is very
or he's
clean
just
now.
positioned himself so well that he's
भाई
able to
नोंगशिम एक
get
बच्चे को लेके आई है.
It's really nice to
Yeah.
see him
Stop
and
it, yeah.
following up as well with his
वेलकम वू यून करके कोई बंदा, वू यून करके कोई बंदा है. वेलकम पोस्ट आया है.
Instead, having to
I
get
liked
that
it too.
trade in is really nice
the
to
stage,
see. Now
right? It's,
Gentlemates
it's
again
really
going
clean.
towards this A main,
Very
fighting
simple
for
and
this
clean, I
rubble,
like
not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the
I
other
love
side,
this
Bippo
orb.
here just
Must
spotting that C. Gonna spot it out with that
This
Cypher cam.
control orb is
It's going to be a
so
stinger
good.
round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happy Wave saving a
Instantly
little bit more money.
recognize A push आ रहा है, just go see.
Though coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade. Finally, I mean, this is the second time really that XLG have even seen a sight and gotten a plant. Okay, Mini.
It bounced off now.
There is a crossfire here though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3. Operating still there for life, so it's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, it's still kind of broke here with No Man.
अल्ट है ना नोमैन के पास.
Still turn things around. That's your rifle gone. Pull the rocket, maybe. Pull through the ultimate. No Man has capability. Gets the kill, but
टाइम बाय कर.
doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
टाइम बाय करना था लेफ्ट राइट जाके.
Crazy messy for both sides. XSG almost having a really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind. He didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough again. Weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah, that is tragic.
उस बेचारे का केज खुल ही नहीं रहा था.
Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake because now they're in this position.
भाई फ्रैग देख खाली एक्सएलजी के 3-1-1-1-0.
And 2 ults online for XLG.
6 राउंड हुए.
Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole.
They're winning 5-0.
At least by this time,
6-0.
mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from
A
Gentleman.
clean entry.
Full retake, but No Man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using the satchel, but he's caught off guard.
140. अरे दो बंदे लो है यार.
Overdrive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Start so finally full. Second death so far in this entire half. Damage from life, so I'm not too sure they even realizes that's been happening. But Poor and Brox, low HP, but lower HP.
भाई एमेट मार मार के भूत बना रही है एक्सएलजी का.
He's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. It's all 4 from Gentlemates. And Happy Way only gets 1.
Again, the rotations, they're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure.
G, I am done with G. Yes, sir.
Holding that smoke, not oversending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another
Can't help, can't help.
for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a single round.
सच बात बताऊं, मैं तो वेट कर रहा हूँ नोंगशिम का गेम स्टार्ट होने का. मैं लास्ट मैप अगर वैसा रहा तो मैं जेंटलमेट्स और इसका भी लास्ट मैप स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा.
Back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site they're
नो कमेंट्स ऑन जी टुडे. क्या ही कमेंट्स करेंगे भाई.
playing some sort of
वी गॉट द रिप्लाई
being in tradable
जो
position.
फ्रॉस्ट के जाने के बाद हमारे साथ हुआ है.
Online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still.
क्या हुआ, क्या उसमें बोल.
I think we saw Valorant porno today.
Have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety.
भाई पहला मैप 13-2, दूसरा मैप 13-3.
XLG are not happy about.
Horrible bro. और पता है
क्या फ्लैशर था टीम में. वाओ.
MIBR के साथ एनवी ने यही किया था.
Playing with the
They
door
got
here.
5 maps across the BO3. And
Raga
MIBR
blades
did
out.
the same thing to
Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते ना, मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
Quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down.
क्या मार रही है मेट.
That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play.
फ्लैश के लिए मैं तो या तो बोलता हूँ फ्लैश के लिए नहीं, या तो फ्लैश लिया ही नहीं है उन्होंने.
Flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Vipers.
दिस इज द बिगेस्ट राउंड जो एक्सएलजी जीत सकती है, पता है. अगर ये नहीं जीते तो अब नहीं जीतेंगे.
भाई तुम मत बोल भाई, तुम मुंह ही मत खोल. भाई Venom
This
जब
is
जब
insanity.
बोलो
I've
उसको
never
उल्टा ही
felt
हो रहा है भाई.
more like a fraud.
वो ना के बराबर ही था. यप, यस सर.
The way of Sheila. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a
वहाँ पे क्या हाल है.
I bet Sheila feel like more of a fraud right now.
सेटअप हो रहा है अभी तक.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0
I'm
rounds.
starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Synthi. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get out.
अभी तक सेटअप हो रहा है, सेटअप हो रहा
They
है.
spent so long playing triple Synthi on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelists here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like
अबे ये वही XLG है ना जो ट्रिपल सेंटी खिलाती थी यहाँ पे लोटस पे.
Four of these players here for the side of XLG.
ऑल गेमर्स के सामने भी यही हाल होने वाला है. मे बी आज ऑल गेमर्स ने हेरिटिक्स के सामने तो बहुत अच्छा खेला है. Whatsoever happened with them, मैं तो बोलूंगा बहुत क्रेजी खेले हैं. ये क्या कर रही है भाई XLG.
He's got the double up, 2 versus 2. Interesting scenario, doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet though. His mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini
Arush from Houseful.
has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the side, but sees nothing. This is going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates.
Close right take.
For Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysol!
The trades.
Bangle doesn't get spotted. And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round of ball for XLG.
We're back on the board. And XLG just knowing that they just had to group up.
ठीक है ना 13-1 देख लेना 13-0 नहीं तो.
Use two ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Rarga with that pick was so nice. Getting that 3K, that's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4-5 rifles on lock and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through, and it's no man like so that find their kills first. Rocks and Stars are respond though, 3 versus 3 so innings.
एक राउंड को मोमेंटम नहीं बोलते रे.
Numbers wise, but can they get happy weight down? So 1 for 1.
2v2.
It's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo
G fighting.
1v2.
G fighting
They're
themselves.
gonna know where he is because
G thinking to fight but they are unable to fight.
know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had one. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo unfortunately doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main because that's literally the only round that they've found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A.
Woof.
Again, they just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time.
खत्म भाई एमिट तोड़ रही है. तोड़ दिया. एक आधा तो मरेगा ना यार, इतना फाइट कर रहे तो. हर राउंड फ्लॉलेस निकला तो फिर नहीं चलेगा ना. क्या हाल एनबी भाई, कैसे हो? I think everything is going good.
G2 का game यार. G2 versus Nongshim might be fun, might be, hopefully.
मजा आ रहा है.
Show me a
लाइक कर दो यार, 15 लाइक्स तक पहुंचवा दो.
first map, bhai. On that shit. Bro, they stopped fighting him, man. They're like, fuck it, we'll just go see. Okay, fighting C, trades, util.
अबे if they are fighting C तो C पे भी तो होल्ड ओमन कर ही रहा है.
हाँ ना.
ये देख लो, कर लो फाइट
Not
C
a
पे.
satchel, bro, no man.
Don't have a kill coming through just yet.
Spike She-main के बाहर ही है.
So it's just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 Spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to
अबे क्या चल रहा है? अरे स्ट्रैनो.
Such a problem so far. It's all done. No man.
Hello?
No teammates. No chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG.
11-1 का half.
Single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
इसका क्या है, no man?
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game.
हाँ मेरे को नोमैन का ही लग रहा था, या तो नोमैन था नहीं तो रारगा था। रारगा तो नहीं है।
Right read now. Nomad not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just
Maybe you are
in
correct.
this halftime.
अरे मे
You
भी क्या
have
भाई,
to
दो हाथ
consider what's
ऊपर है भाई,
going wrong.
कैसे खेल रहा है? How is this strafing?
चीटिंग।
For Martine, I just missed it there, but that's still insane that these two players are just
5
having
मिनट के
such
टाइम में
fun.
वापस वो गेम भी चालू हो जाएगा। गाइस मैं बोला था 8 बजे चालू हो ही जाएगा।
They're going out
Yeah.
together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Stardo's there to get the trades using.
और 8 भी इसके लिए बजी है
हाँ
क्योंकि थर्ड मैप गया है। जी जैसा 2-0 हुआ होता हेरिटिक्स का,
हाँ
तो अभी तक उसका भी एक मैप खत्म हो गया रहता।
वैलिड वैलिड। Bro, what is this horrible background music? ये ऐसा लग रहा है मैं एज ऑफ एम्पायर्स खेल रहा हूँ।
क्या खेल रहा है?
एज ऑफ एम्पायर्स। ये लोग वीडियो गेम खेल रहे हैं भाई, जंग थोड़ी लड़ रहे हैं।
भाई जंगे तो है।
अरे अल हबीबी बजाओ भाई कुछ ऐसा।
पेरिस में।
अरे यार बट सऊदी का प्रोमो है। ये तूफा में लो बजा लो भाई। What are these kids playing?
अबे कितना कुछ एक साथ हो रहा है भाई स्पोर्ट्स की इसमें फ्रेटर्निटी में। नॉट ओनली इन
वेलकम बैक।
नॉट ओनली इन वैलोरेंट।
आफ्टर स्ट्रीम वी सी आवर गैंग। हाँ भाई आफ्टर स्ट्रीम आता हो ब्रो। भाई आफ्टर स्ट्रीम के लिए इट्स गोना बी अ बिट ब्रो दो।
मार्टिन के फ्रैक्स देख रहे?
22 स्टार जो 25 मार्टिन 22 व्हाट द फक। अभी आ जाओ। नहीं भाई अभी स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ।
ये देखो फोड़ दिया।
ओह वाओ। Still one on
A little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though. Typically, particularly on the attacking side, they go for a site, they commit.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्टिल दे विल फाइट सी। M8 पे कॉन्फिडेंस इतना है, स्टिल दे विल फाइट सी।
100% बी पे लग के ना।
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure they're getting the
Shot
down. Stars, a beautiful kill onto Way, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the two players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martine.
भाई खत्म कर दिए।
I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only two players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't
तोड़म ताड़ी करके डन कर दिया।
And it just might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus.
गेम है भाई गेम।
Got a map 3 in just a while here.
कोई बात नहीं वेल प्लेड।
There's only one more round is required. And if you are the side of Sheila Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dark.
आके नहीं हूँ। तू कहाँ पे है?
मैं भाई घर पे हूँ।
अरे बस वही घर पे आके मारूंगा।
अरे यार वो 48 दिखा रहा अभी 47 48। तू बस मेरे हिस्से का बात कर लॉल भाई। क्या बोलूं भाई मैं तो वीसी आऊंगा भाई रिशु के मारने के लिए और कुछ नहीं। फ्री किल ब्रो। नाइस किल दो। वैसलियो भाई वैसलियो फिर रेने मिगो गे बोलता है। व्हाट डू यू मीन ब्रो? वेनम भाई जाके मारते इसे भाई पर्सनल हो रहा। शॉट ब्रो। GG's. Come back, no, bro. Come on back. Rishu bhai, गुडवा है ये. क्या? Yes, bro. Yes, I am. Trust. गंदा पिला वेनम ये लोग ने. बहुत गंदा पिला ये लोग ने. Crazy. Not bad, bro. Not bad. Heretic Swan. Bro, Rishu, look at this, bro. Woot went 19 and 9. First Bloods में. Plus 10. Holy. किधर गया भाई वेनम? One each. One each. थोड़ी देर का इतने आ जाओ. ब्रेक है अब तो आओ रहने. Yes, bro. Coming. CUMMING. Coming. Discord. Venom. Hello. या मेरे को लीक नहीं करना. रुक जा. Hello, Venom.
आज कहीं इस लेफ्ट राइट ही हुआ है क्या खत्म ना हेलो हेलो
I was most concerned about looking at the players was just
हेलो
the
किधर गए
faces and how they got more and more silent after starting and cheering after round wins.
गायब हो
There
गया
was
भाई
no noise on the right side of the stage, Avril.
Yeah,
Back
I
in
think
10.
they were pretty defeated there mentally and also in the game.
Okay.
Just sloppy gameplay. We saw in the highlights there. One of the key highlights, pushing into tree. Players just literally walking through smoke, no support, going before the flash as well. And multiple times we talked about that on the A side with the rubble. Heavy.
They win it again, and then they hit that form. The Neon gets buffed. Dambi goes crazy with it. You see them run Santiago flawlessly, lifting that trophy, but it's not been smooth sailing. They're back to that turbulence.
That is
it's
the
been
question.
inconsistent since then. So that is the question is, we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time. You know, 2 different Ascensions and the Masters. Can they do it at EWC?
No, Morgan. The question is, what happened? Because you know that I don't. For them to remove Dambi from the Neon. So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that is so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change.
I
Morgan, what did you do?
wish
Did
I
you
had
scream
nice things
against
to
them?
say about this change because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started
what
to
purpose?
lose. It's all about enabling Dambi, apparently. Apparently. It's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC qualifiers, they swapped back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Shilai Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You took it. You look there at the right. We're all smiling, looking at Babyface's face that, of course, you were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? You know, like when is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins
And
Masters.
they did
Like,
it
boom, boom,
before
boom,
them!
so much
They
faster.
did it before them! But not
That is
personal, man.
a
It's
huge,
personal.
huge storyline there.
Yeah.
Because
It's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of like constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it and don't achieve it, all of a sudden that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are like, G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could
Coulda,
be.
woulda, shoulda.
But that's the problem for me with this G2 roster is it's the story of almost time and time again. You know, cast your mind back to Shanghai. Bangkok is what I'm thinking of. Against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I remember
in the
now. Yes.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But
that's
Pacific on top, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea, is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogimo. I feel like Jogimo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it
One
takes.
singular Leaf.
So this guy, he's rated as one of the top players in the world. Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to go the distance.
And what about Nongshim?
Now, I'm taking away Danby. You can't say Danby.
Okay.
Yeah.
So other than Danby,
that's fine.
who
For
else
me,
you got?
it's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully behind Damby, that's when this team gets incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026. And G2, Nongshim going head-to-head. G2 taking Breeze. So Breeze going to be in there. Ascent out. We've seen so much Ascent so far in the tournament.
Guaranteed Sunset.
Getting locked on in here as a second map for Nongshim, leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do
love
you
it.
know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, you can play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim for me will be a very, very interesting map because...
Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And a split. Okay.
That's
this is
what
completely
we've been
different.
getting. Yeah. No, Haven,
like
thank
it.
you so much. For every team that doesn't choose Haven, I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was gonna say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra. I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
Did they win?
They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Agent Select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see which
Astra Viper, Viper Harbor.
We have to wait for things to set up.
And damn me with that Neon once again.
Especially considering the ones that that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing.
I like X-Ross on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Danby's going to be sticking with that neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon. No. It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Danby on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paperthin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valorant on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known
in your
for.
Region.
You know, these
What is
really
known
well
historically as stronger?
Really
China?
The game is going to begin over here. The game is going to begin over here. Both the sides, the game is going to begin. वहाँ का लास्ट मैप है, यहाँ का आई वुड से ENC वाले मैचेस कब है? नवंबर में. वैलो के नवंबर में है बिकॉज वी हैव क्वालिफाइड पबजी के लिए. पबजी मतलब पबजी मोबाइल जो BGMI के क्वालिफायर्स है वो अब इसी वीक में होने वाले हैं, तो अपन वो भी कवर करेंगे.
Probably assuming that very well could be. Dambi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valen, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
Right now it's G2 versus Nongshim.
Which will glance over, Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one.
Oh, got one. It's one and done. Oh, Ivy with the double. With a triple. तीन भाई साहब, अगर ये डैम्बी ने नियॉन को वर्कआउट करवा लिया ना.
This is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dambi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive the way he creates space, but it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those backlines along with Francis.
तो अलग लेवल मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
Cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that
एक शेरिफ, दो बुलडॉग्स, एक गार्डियन. फ्रांसिस दो मार गया शेरिफ से.
Quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf.
Nice shot.
As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one.
इसका मतलब वन गन will be dropped basically. या तो हाँ, या तो क्या मतलब मार्शल ही ड्रॉप होगी.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto X-Ross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously. You know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2. One that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Force them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semi-final. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Well, they've gotten an idea.
तो वो एक चीज है.
This is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fade.
ना भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ ये नोंगशिम वो वाली नोंगशिम आ गई है.
Plant can come in, but
आत्मा आ चुकी है उस नोंगशिम की इनमें
around the back of this through that main as Ivy
जिसने मास्टर्स जीता था.
now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Damby setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Ball's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be
एक-एक करके सबको मार दिया.
just going to be Ivy now. With an opportunity to get some damage here.
वाह 50 आईवी ने.
On the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy. As that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here back and forth as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb, as Exros has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Dambi, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team. So a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Very palpable here within the qualifier, but Edmay's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Dambi collects a Vandal.
3v4.
This retake.
And watch the position of Leaf.
Looking for that stun. Giacomo does get caught by the relay bolt. Going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there.
Leaf का पोजी देखो.
Contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the
वही बोला ना Leaf का पोजी देखो.
tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a really solid macro.
ये तो first map है ना. चलो, let's go over here.
Trip, realizing that they
ये final map है डे का.
grouping up together to make sure they have the util for a retake.
मैं guys 2 मिनट वॉशरूम जाके आया.
But it seems like it's off the back of sheer mistakes, small little things that are switching the round over.
I want to see a fast tag timeout here from Shilai Gaming before you let the game get too far away. This might not be the round for it, given they have no money. Or maybe it is, because still something to be done here. Raga going to come through with a hero rifle on this round. The one player that's been somewhat competitive over the last 2 maps, particularly on that breeze, but now he has to be the guy to bring it home. Walking down. There's already a player waiting for a Martine on the other side in that window, though. And look at the read from Gentlemates. They suspect that mid's going to be dirty, and they made that right call.
This reminds me of the play from Shilai on Breeze to push down mid, and it actually worked out for them, but the problem is they don't have the knives online this time. They're not able to go for some crazy updraft play. Instead, they're just holding it passive, making sure they're just holding if there's any information, trying to get ready for a really fast flank here as well. as that Neon on Rarga pushes all the way through, but they know it's going to be a C execute at this point. So much noise here.
XLG ready for this one. No man, does he have an opportunity? Not quite. Martin so quick with it. Raga getting caught up with the trip as well. He's just missing his shots. At least we'll find the one of the Martin. Misses Enrique just yet, causing a little bit of slowdown, but there's only 2 players still alive for XLG. They're both playing together. Gentlemates, they're not too sure where the secondary is. They'll know it now that Lysol's thrown in the paranoia. Raga, good for that kill onto Prox. Many still unknown though. Can Raga get
Rarga with a triple. Rarga. Nah, Straxo came. Straxo killed.
On Bippo, that was so winnable for Rarga. Again, that hero rifle online, trying to put in the work. Again, doing the same thing, almost deja vu with that fast C flank, but this time a little bit more successful. But I like
बहुत सारी चीजें
Rarga has now put onto Gentlemates. They're very well aware that at any point of time, that's
Hemit सही कर रही है.
flank and someone's just going to come running at them.
Here we go.
Take pause.
Cool pause actually. I was going to say good time for a timeout if that's the case, because this is about, they certainly need the help. This was a near heroic play, the only rifle online, but it's also
Till that time we watched this. वहाँ tech pause है तो.
Once that G2's back gets popped, curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that.
G2 with the third one. It's 3-3 I guess. Because 2v4 बहुत मुश्किल है. Post plant. बोला ना 2v2 बहुत मुश्किल है post plant. सब एक साथ कवर करना बहुत टफ है यार.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around, Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's
Ank baby पे बहुत ज़्यादा better.
Dogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss.
वो Leaf
With a very clean shot, Baby is able to find one. Xros gonna be taken down as well.
काफी tough game हो रहा है.
Be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles looking clean as all hell. Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombi, okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to
save करवा लिए बढ़िया.
The fact that G2 has layers.
अब ये वाला तो एक ही मैप यहाँ खत्म नहीं हुआ अभी तक. टेक पॉज.
Just very safe most of the time in the
टेक
beginning.
पॉज खत्म करो रे फटाफट.
Again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid presence, but Dambi okay. I think just spam through the wall, maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Cross has pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way
I would
back.
say Nongshim getting 5 rounds in defense is a good thing because तुम नियॉन और लेके खेलोगे Phoenix को बहुत मजा आएगा तुम लोगों को at the end.
Anything they can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. In the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Next Ross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner.
Nice shot, Ross.
Gorgeously, his leap will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive going to be popped. This baby frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid.
Whiffy.
Will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. 1v4. As that wall falls.
पानी गिरा और गेम खत्म. This is one of a game जहाँ लग रहा है कि भाई तगड़ा गेम चल रहा है.
Into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early, and the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2.
Rico, you guys continue. I'll be back in a moment.
On the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xross, great job checking that corner, and then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
The lane might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself up on a silver platter. So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Baby is going to be taken down as RB is able to find two. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. While Bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Downbeat tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Downbeat has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Downbeat stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow survives. Just taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself in the fight and gets Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Dombey as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim, it's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there, he gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Done.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're down by 1.
Because Nongshim won around.
Start running away with this, and you want to be having a strong
भाई आज स्ट्रीम ढंग से हो ही नहीं रही, पता है? कुछ ना कुछ काम आ ही जा रहा है. Sometimes the days are like that.
So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, I makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Downbeat gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone! Xross able to find the 2, and suddenly it is
एक फ्लैश ने गेम पलट दिया.
Does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner, fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim, completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for, and this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So I felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked a treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null Command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot. Joke's over. Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push.
Oi.
Going to be caught in the end as Valen is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit. And he will
6-5.
just Xros having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Baby Bay trying to play this one in. Will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo.
ठीक है, गन गिरी कोई बात नहीं, अल्टॉप गया वो दिक्कत है.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from No.
मजा आ रहा है लेकिन ये गेम देखने.
They've got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn. And they know kind of what they're going to do, so it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command.
उधर छोटा सा कमबैक दिखाया है एक्सएलजी ने.
A lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grab well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Dambi. They're just going to ooh, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Dambi the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that, wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Dambi. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into
2v3.
The overdrive immediately going to be popped.
अबे यार मार जाता बे ट्रेंट को.
Dodging it, not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank.
Time.
Together.
They're playing well, but time है.
Nongshim. They managed to close out the round.
7-5. मैं तो 5-7 बोल रहा था. 7-5 तो is a very good half. चलो, let's go over here. एमिड बोलता है हो गया बस 2 राउंड दे दिए बहुत हो गया.
Too detrimental. No real winning condition here. And Gentlemates going back towards that mid. They know that they can default and break that alarm, but they've seen it already, and the setup hasn't changed yet for XLG.
Tell that Gentlemates, by the way, are expecting some sort of aggression here. A bunch of the Killjoy utility is going to get popped in terms of the information being given over. How far does Mini want to walk through into...
मैं वही तो बोला अभी हो गया.
And now Mini has a big flank.
Straxo भी मारा एक. हेलो मिनी भी मार दिया.
Easy peasy kill. 5 versus 2 and XLG can't even get a single player. Look at the money though. Leo's completely zeroed out. Have to start thinking, is it going to be a save?
Yeah, Rarga unable to find anything. I think we need to see that aggression elsewhere. Leo going to pick it out.
I feel आगे पुशन करना चाहिए. ये ऑफ बचाने के चक्कर में है, but आगे पुशन करके
it down.
गन्स गिराने के बारे में सोचना चाहिए और किसको सोचना चाहिए?
On the other side, but this is crazy.
मेजरली मिनी को.
They waffled a couple of the rounds,
Huh.
but now they're back into it. They've adapted. They've seen that the setup's changing. As soon as they don't see the op, they're no longer scared. They don't really care about pushing it off that much. As long as a dart or a drone is there, it will do the trick.
The confidence as well, just straight up just pushing to
Yeah.
garage, ignoring all the killjoy utility.
Yep.
Alarm bot they know is there. Turret activated, doesn't matter. Mini just pushing through the window
Relying
all
on
the
his
way.
मतलब these guys are not even afraid कि भाई कोई util है नहीं है. We don't even care.
All the way in CT, straight through the smoke. It's just all too damn easy. And XLG, okay, I talked about the timeout needing to happen maybe a little bit later in the day, saying we got those 2 rounds, starting to feel good.
Yeah.
The feels are starting to get down a bit now, so time for XLG to find the solution.
Yeah, and I think they're going to understand that the key here in their defensive side, at least, is to just be a little bit more unpredictable. That Killjoy setup, this is a reason why people don't really like to play Killjoy anymore, because that turret, because of that alarm bot being so easy to break, easy to pressure and just get rid of. That, and there's no real trap setups being set up here from the side of Shilai Gaming. They're just going for that operator pick, and everyone else is just holding their side. They're lucky if they've gambled right on the strong side, but the weak side, they haven't been able to delay long enough at all. They're just getting ran down every single time. No one's able to stay on site and stay long enough, delay with any sort of util, but also they're getting ran down and getting picked off too. It's not like they're playing retake on the weak side. They're just on site, dying for free every round.
Yeah, no.
Where's my food order, bhai?
Going the way of XLG to bring the numbers into contention for some sort of clutch to occur. Still,
It is showing me 10 minutes.
Half, so it's not completely gone out for XLG yet, but you're starting to worry a little bit, and certainly the coaching staff agree, which is why they call for the timeout. Not a lot of money here, not a lot of equipment. Leo's on a pistol, but Raga's got himself an operator who does tag a bit of damage onto Bippo.
49 HP.
Here we go. Our team lead the way. You know that alarm bot's there, buddy. Gotta clear that one. Nanoswarm will certainly throw things down.
Oh!
Still gets a kill. Criminal. Oh man, lands a headshot into Starshot, but Bulldog can only do so much for you. It's not doing enough versus Mini at all.
It's criminal, bhai. It's done for. It's done for XLG over here.
They don't know where Raga is, who slides on in.
जलते पड़ते आए हैं.
From a couple of players on MA to reload there means no help just yet, but Raga might not need it. These 2 players on the back of the site causing issues with General Mates and causing more now.
2v2.
Finally, Lysor does fall, but Raga still in play. Leo has nothing to work with. If he gets a kill the Classic, he'd be lucky to. But Raga!
Ace मार गया Raga.
Very important round that he gets it all. One of the few members that actually had a gun.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest.
मैं बोला ना इधर नोंगशम फोड़ देगी और डैम्बी पे ही गेम है.
Moment on that neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through.
ओए
Down as well.
फ्रांसिस का वही सीन है.
The Marshal now arriving. France is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of X-Ross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back
बढ़िया.
Trenton leave, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly
G2 के लिए it's over.
Really successful. They were just patient enough. And just as they're starting to get an idea,
The things are not working out for.
does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, no, don't do that.
One. Orb just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross.
Nah.
Halfway mark. That first run it back.
It's 9-5. Francis with that Marshall.
very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space.
Dambi.
Just drawing all the attention.
Dambi and Ivy.
Ivy then strikes. 2 kills found. And what are you meant to do? Other than save, but they're still working their way forward towards the site. And the 2v4 is just
Ivy.
1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this.
The things are going good for Nongshim right now. और अगला sunset है भाई. Ivy with the quadra here. हो गया G2 का. G2 का घी खत्म. 10-5.
अरे यार ये चकवों के वजह से कॉल पे भाई मेरा टाइम वेस्ट हो गया भाई.
डाम्बी ने तोड़फोड़ मचा दी है.
गेम कर दिया भाई. नियॉन मेन इज बैक.
18-9 है भाई वो.
नियॉन मेन इज बैक बेबी.
ही इज लाइक सारे प्लेयर्स नियॉन खेल के मचा रहे हैं तो मैं तो नियॉन मेन हूं भाई.
लग तो रहा है भाई.
No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy.
कैप्चर ऑन ही नहीं किया भैया मैंने.
Extros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy one away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round.
114, 13, 12.
And they've got to run it back off that orb grab, so X-Ross can just pop that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy
खाली स्टार्ट में ही नेक टू नेक थे, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं.
X-Ross ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Maybe however
खत्म कर दिया भाई.
bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up.
सनसेट आई थिंक फर्स्ट टाइम देखने मिलेगा ना अपने.
नहीं, सनसेट कल दिखा है.
It's not really holding any water.
Not energy before that.
I didn't see रे कल के. No clue.
Yeah, it's rough to say the least. Let's see if Trent.
Somebody picked. Somebody picked.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side. Oh,
क्या मस्ती कर रहा था डैम्बी.
from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi.
वे कोई तो चैट में
Tap
डाला
of the
भाई.
plant will just pass this one over to Francis, wanting to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant. You
Good morning, Valen.
Nongshim will take an 11th.
Pineapple. You bro, what the fuck?
उधर एमेट ने बैंड बजा रखी है.
We were talking about how they were just struggling, couldn't delay long enough on weak side, but also weren't playing retake, and now they're able to flood in because the delay is finally there. Obviously, Leo getting that pick really big onto Mini, and now Martin. He's just trying to find anything.
He's got no money.
Yeah, it's really hard here.
बेबी पे आंक है यार.
But not getting anything because XLG is not giving it to him.
बेबी भी है सांग. कोई भाई वो खुद मान लिया है.
He's not going to save.
He's not gonna save.
What are we talking about?
We don't know how to do math.
4-7. Don't do maths on the live broadcast yet. He's got no money and he's about to have no time either. Martin, if there's one player you want to see do a 1v3, it'll be this guy. He's got the mechanics for it. And if you want to sprint to the other side, buddy, you better get your sea legs ready and going. He's got his knife out. Look how fast the rest of XLG are going. Are you going to see? B might be a better call here, but there's actually a nanoswarm there. I don't think he's got time to plant.
He has time.
Okay, well.
He's chilling.
Now he doesn't have time to plant. I mean, all it takes is XLG just getting a little in there. Okay, just run it. Send the
पूरा का पूरा यूटिल्ड अप कर दिया इधर ये मैप पे तो.
हाँ ना? Bro, you gotta kill though. Nah.
G2 with a Trent with a double actually. मतलब ulti को गिन के I will say a double. Now it's a perfect double.
Comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay Chocobo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor.
Jog तो मर जाएगा.
Into a 2v2, the health advantage still going to be there. However, Nongshim as X-Ross comes away with a 3K.
कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई.
Now up to map point.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really.
मैं बराबर ही बोला.
बोला था नोंगशिंग कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा। मैं आके मानूंगा साले।
I wanted Pacific to do something रे। 3 टीम्स हार चुकी है पैसिफिक की। कल आरआर क्यों हारी, पेपर एक्स हारी, आज जी हार गई।
Think that he is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in tier 1 goes up, wins a Masters. That right there, folks, is why he is sharp as
चलो, till the timeout is going on, let's go to the game.
Call to come through from G2.
उधर क्या चल रहा है एक्सएलजी और इसमें?
एक्सएलजी ब्रो उधर भी चल रहा है ब्रो टाइम आउट।
उधर हाफ टाइम हुआ था, टाइम आउट थोड़ी
चल रहा है अभी भी। स्ट्रीम ए स्ट्रीम बी फक इट ब्रो G2 का स्टार्टेड। Nongshim has Neon ult, Viper ult for post plant, Francis ult to combo with Neon ult. Trent has counter ult and retake के लिए Valorant has Astral Divide. Andu, welcome to stream baby. Welcome back. कैसा Andu? यार काइडो आके गया यार थोड़े टाइम पहले। Yo bro he still got on. हाँ? भाई कैट कितना थर्ड क्लास एजेंट
To find the 1x Ross will get
क्या?
the trade up, and now it's a player advantage for the sites. Grab a baby bay. Okay, some spray and pray.
3v3 नहीं, मैं वो दूसरे मैप पे था।
Him with a kill. Glenn will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Find sound down.
क्या मूवमेंट है रे फ्रांसिस का।
This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides.
अरे बाप रे।
Will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner. Takes the fight.
GG।
It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge.
नहीं रे,
The
हो गया
challenge.
जी।
Francis has the timing. 13 to 5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze.
yeah,
And
he's back cat, he's back. Unk is back. ठीक है मैप वन ही था। This was Nongshim's pick, so makes sense. Next map देखते हैं। Next Sunset is G2's pick. Let's see bro, let's see. Bro if G2 lose this भाई वो मतलब peak chokers है भाई, peak chokers. G2 ban fracture, NS ban ascend, G2 pick breeze. एक सेकेंड भाई VLR पे अलग दिखा रहा है कुछ।
क्या?
VLR पे ओए
VLR पे क्या दिखा रहा है?
VLR पे दिखा रहा है कि G2 ने ब्रीज चूज किया। व्हाट?
नहीं, G2 का सनसेट है।
क्या क्या?
G2 ने सनसेट पिक किया है।
अरे बट VLR पे
वो गलत है, अपडेट हो जाएगा।
They know that Gentlemates might be just full stacking something. The cipher cam gonna be broken. That's information for them. Are they gonna full commit though, knowing that there's cipher trips around here?
They've already took damage as well.
चुप रे।
Trip is on the floor. Raget snips it out. Even just runs through the cage, but Stars are quick with the flick there on the stinger. Now the drone to start clearing. By the way, you did see at the start of the round, pings going on C long, despite everyone walking to A. That's because the ending is going to be on C. No man's already explored it. Lysol still has to get through garage. 2 players waiting there for him. Wait for the long flank by Happyway, by the way. That is still a potential.
Unless something is required of you.
And he's got 2 players on opposite sides, judge in hand. At some point, though, Mini has to actually be the one moving. The rest of his team are moving on to site as well. Oh, man, with a double up. That's not bad at all, but still. Where's Happyway? He's the X factor here.
जब मैप खत्म हो गया तो एक्सएलजी वाले मैप पे स्विच कर, देख क्या हुआ है।
We've seen these scenes before, I think, and it's Leo in long again, but this time he's gonna go to classic.
Yeah, but it's still an expensive round here for Gentlemates. 3 guns.
जो डैश को मुंह पे राइट क्लिक करके डिनाई किया है ना,
for their bonus round is going to be a little bit weaker than normal. So for XLG, this is where we need to see if they've learned their lesson. Learned the lesson on making sure they're not forcing those close fights. I don't want to see them going through that garage. I really want to see them taking the long fights, long C, long A, making sure they're clearing, getting a lot of that information, using the util to clear those close angles. I don't want to see them fall into another trap set up by Gentlemates.
Guns up for XLG now. 4 rounds is going to be the gap after losing pistol and the anti-eco. You talk about traps. How about MA just walking 4 players down long? XLG sneak away from that side of the map, that they do have to be a little bit concerned about the potential flank. But as they run through garage, it's the alarm bot that will signal the long flank coming on through. It's an empty site. 4 retake for MA.
4 players
4
flanking.
players on the flank here for MA, ready to break some util. They got that Killjoy turret down. That's going to be a lot of pressure towards that garage. But the alarm bot's still up. They know it's not going to be a flank.
I would say change करना चाहिए gun. Mini को जज लेनी चाहिए और
XLG actually have all 5 alive for this post plant as well. It's been problematic before. They spot Martin going back over towards CT side. That's probably an obvious thing.
Nice.
Prox already gets a shot onto Happy where there's decent damage from the util coming on through, and now the
ठीक है, it was a bonus. 2 weapons drop.
All 3 showing up when it counts, and Martin now, Guardian in hand. Has
2 weapons dropped. It's a good bonus, I would say.
Rag is definitely plus 20 by now, leading the server and finally giving a round over to XLG in the second half.
This is good for XLG now. They're still down, still trying to recuperate a lot of those rounds, but at least they've learned from their mistakes, not doing the same things over and over again, keeping majority of those guns, 3 players left alive. They don't have to force too many weapons. They don't have to give up their economy. They can snowball here. And on this attack side, they actually have that Hunter's Fury online for Leo, able to do something quick if they wanted it to. Or if they get that spike down, they can play a post plant pretty convincingly. Martin, though, he has to run it back. Gentlemates are pushed all the way down long C with Prox. They have so much information, and Cypher is just set up here. Bippo by himself on the A site.
It's a lot more measured from XLG compared to previous maps. On Lotus, they'd already
They're going A, bro.
This is just a fake happening over towards the A side. It does seem like M8 are biting.
Spike is going B. People are going A.
As the rest of the team is there, and now as the Neon starts to slide away, in fact, the other Neon is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plaster doesn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4, with a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo, really nice position.
मैं तो M8 के लिए भाई.
Clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important here. Bippo getting the pick.
Nice. Nice.
Now the start of this retake, Martin.
Crazy. That one paranoia hits everybody.
Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good when he gets into these spots.
Just completely unspotted and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. And Bippo gets away with murder there from behind, crunching with
क्या प्यारा round निकाला भाई.
Site itself, and Raga's looking 2 ways, can't get a kill there. Wouldn't have been enough anyway with just the one. But suddenly, what was looking like a decent attacking start, selling a full fake on the A, getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch play coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles, but 2 of your players, one of them on a Bulldog, one of them on a Sheriff. It's still a little bit rough, but it doesn't matter because they're walking up towards C. Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that 100.
Nice shot.
They're about to walk into all the Cypher utility. They're going to walk into the mini damage here as well.
खा गया भाई.
Some guns actually online.
खा गया mini.
Guns are all on the floor now. 4K for mini on the overdrive. And it's going to be Gentlemen.
Mini 8 and left no crumbs by.
Of this game again, both hands on.
Sponsored by Crunchyroll as well.
Yup. Anime for the win. मैप 2 स्टार्ट होने वाला है उधर।
वेनम
हाँ
मॉन्स्टर का क्रेट खरीदना मेरे लिए प्लीज।
And they're broke
इधर
again.
मेरे लिए रेडबुल का क्रेट नहीं खरीदा जा रहा है, तेरे लिए मैं मॉन्स्टर का खरीदूं।
Martin, beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo trying to get that Soval to do anything but not connecting with anyone.
We've seen Raga make use
Crazy
of it
shot,
for
no?
good effect, and now, okay, how about Happy Way? No, man. Suddenly things are starting to turn around.
Yeah.
SLG here, Leo dominion as well. First got the only responsive kill here. After all is said and done, they'll reveal the rest of the positioning, which says we're going over towards a 2 versus 3. Couple of upgrades found here by Lysol and Happy, and suddenly things are looking on the bright side for
नहीं
SLG
निकलेगा ये round.
Gentlemates. Trying to get their way back into sight, and my
The
goodness.
tag helped
Probably
them.
the opportunity there off the back of the paranoia, but Happy Way just too sharp. 3-1, and Beppo might just have a little bit too much to do here. XLG, an unlikely round for them to actually win.
Thirsty
Look at
round.
the Thrifty.
I can't believe this. XLG has been so good at winning thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they
Big
have
time
nothing
का
to
सही
lose
है
every
बे।
single-
व्हाट?
पहले जीई के कोचिंग स्टाफ में था,
हाँ
वहां से हटा सीधा कास्टर्स डेस्क पे, मैटर खत्म।
ना ना उल्टा आई थिंक ज्यादा पैसा मिलता है
ऑब्वियसली कास्टर्स को मिलता ही है,
भाई। देख तूने बोला कास्टर्स को मिलता है,
ऑब्वियसली मिलता है,
खरीदना मॉन्स्टर का क्रेट।
पर इवेंट भी तो मिलना चाहिए ना कास्टर्स को। इवेंट में मिलता है कास्टर्स को।
मिल जाएगा यार, मिल जाएगा, आई बिलीव।
And what he's shooting the turret, he would have gone down. It's got to be Prox on the line here against all 5 from XLG. A very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on in. And now what can we get out of Stars over here? Again, all 5 so fast. Stars don't even see the timing of
The
that.
moment I thought कि एमिट जीत रही है, ये वन साइड XLG कमबैक कर रही है 2 राउंड।
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that drone up long C instead of just contacting.
मैप चालू करो रे फटाफट।
You are Arush from Houseful 1. Instant retake, I mean save.
तो ऑब्वियसली 2 मर गए, अब एक जज हाथ में है।
They have Killjoy ult and Viper's ult for next round.
नहीं, किलजॉय अल्ट आएगी। इफ
आ गई है।
कहाँ आई है? He is 1 or away, ना?
No.
What no?
Away from Viper's ult.
हाँ तो I am talking about Viper's ult only, not Killjoy's ult.
तो Killjoy बोला।
बोला गलती से Killjoy बोला रहेगा, बात वह Viper's ult कर रहा
अरे
था।
और तो मिल ही जाएगा यार, प्लांट वाइपर ही करने वाला है as it is.
बट भाई है ना, साइड तक पहुंचना भी तो चाहिए वाइपर को।
ना easy bro.
ना एमिट गेटिंग दिस। टाइम आउट लिया है।
Possible. Valid.
अरे फटाफट भाई,
Just get this shit over with so we can watch the G2 game, man.
G2 game starting in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 30 seconds. Emit wins this, you're saying?
Yeah, Emit wins.
नहीं map का नहीं this round.
Yeah, they can get this round
A
as
few
well.
players pushing up into long. Are they going to just drop off mini here? We'll have a look and see what.
They got aim in control.
Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid side of the map, by the way. And who is?
अगर क्लोज लेफ्ट नहीं चेक होता है तो सबसे बड़े मूर्ख है भाई। और मूर्ति है.
First one, relay bolts exchanged. How does Mini get out of this situation? A little bit of help from Starzo is good. Raga is going to find only the one. And the lockdown's already gone, by the way.
What an angle, bhai.
वो फ्लैंक एक्सपेक्ट भी कर रहा है वो अल्ट के बाद.
Beautiful shot from Bippo, but Starzo going back to essentially what worked in Lotus is following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close, really well done. At least it wasn't an eco or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go.
What I told you, अल्ट के लिए साइट पहुंचना पड़ता है.
2v1, all of a sudden he's low on HP, 13. Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Starzo lets him know. Spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming through from Lysor on 13 HP and M8 are forced to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie there. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but
Why is you giggle, bro?
12 to 8 now.
Those right clicks on the body, man.
So scary for XLG. It's gonna be
Hey, they're gonna time out now for some no effing reason just to lose. Bro, I'm switching to G2's map.
कर ले उधर तू switch कर ले. I'll come after this match ends.
Yeah. Oh, double Senti, Manongshim. Not bad, interesting.
तो नियॉन और डबल सेंटी ना.
हाँ. So
वही रहेगा.
Nongshim has Cypher and Sage.
हाँ बस सही है. वो पुराना वाला सेटअप ही है नोंगशिम का.
Yeah. And G2 has Chamber and Sage.
पुराना सेटअप ही है नोंगशिम का. ठीक है.
Bro, BB got one tapped.
He got one tapped or he did one tapped?
Got one tapped. Nice kill, bro. Leaf. Good shit. 3v3. Free low plant. Sky flash.
That was a nice little tucked in position that he found.
Contact pick.
Make this retake much more difficult. Slowed it down a lot for Nongshim too.
And then pop flash.
दो सीटें pushed है.
G2 gonna double up on X-Ross.
Why would you not? Nah. Good
Flash is ready, and Jogamo quick to collect, finds that headshot. Really Bolt immediately going to be sent back over towards the side. Downbeat likely to be stunned up there, but it's going to be Valen around the back, catching them completely off guard, finds the first, and now Downbeat having to fight his way out of a corner.
Nice shot, but
looks for that second, can't quite connect on the trend. It would have been a one tap, but the time is going to be gone. He's just playing for kills from here, and he won't be able to find anything more. Two players surviving. G2 will find their first pistol of this series and start off Sunset 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so huge there.
But I would say Nongshim momentum based team है. अगर initially momentum मिल जाता है मजा आ जाएगा.
There was a little bit of spam consideration that caught Leaf. He was down to like 75 HP, yeah. And then so fast there with the turn too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. And yeah, I do have some current concerns here for Nongshim. I think, you know, without a hard flash in this composition, I mean, all you're sitting with is the paranoia.
Which is why I thought that Phoenix was going to be here for them, but it's not. And Baby Bay, well, gets some revenge, takes down Francis first and foremost. Quick shot out as they continue to try to scale forward and collapse in on this tile's position. And Trailblazer to check the corner, RB to clear that out. Swoops forward a bit closer here. Shortening that gap, but if he pushes back out in the mid, he will be absolutely screwed. Baby Bay just dialed in on this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake.
Guys, this will be my last map. I'll go after this. क्या ही कुछ भी होने दो.
RB now taken down. Downbeat flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless. Unless X-Ross can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti.
दोस्त आ रहे हैं नींद आ रही है.
पहले डिनर करना है, उसके बाद दोस्त आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद थोड़ा और काम बचा हुआ है वो करना है. बहुत कुछ है रे.
सही है भाई, अच्छा है.
And anyways, the game is of a group stage, not playoffs. So
हाँ रे, वो भी है valid. I might also watch one only. I mean, the map only. देखते, let's see.
उधर क्या सीन भाई? एक तो ये 4-4 एक साथ चलते, उधर खत्म ही हो गया। लेट्स गो।
गया इट्स ओवर
इट्स
एमिट
यप।
नाइस
3v2. Spike going to be planted to the wall. Dambi not quite going to get caught.
Unlucky, Dambi.
Either takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around. The split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy eating some damage.
Save. Go.
Survive. Quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our Nongshim, nobody is going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over, but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next round.
Quick break of the segment, just leading the way here for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out. Glow Orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2. Now starting to potentially to explore elsewhere. Just go re-clear around mid. He end up with a full crunch attempt in towards market.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further through some of this space. Cam's going to see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He swings it. He's able to find one. His leaf will get taken down.
Oh!
Ivy is destroying them. 6 bullets, and he gets the ace.
वो नीचे दिख गया था एस मिल रहा है उसको.
All they need. They kept it in the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
Just a second, guys. I got the call.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4 trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that. Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side. And there's no way to check him from there. Zombie now. Quick peek out. Backs away. The Jogamo, very quick for that punish. Slides forward. Finds that. Plants his feet.
Dog with a double. The reply is good.
Right back into this RG2. Not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. The heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. He can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled backside. Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Leaning out the wall would just buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. As the guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand?
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now, about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with, because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, you know, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, you know, why on Breeze we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
TP into the spawn now. Valen looking for a backstab, and we'll just be able to join in.
बहुत one-sided affair थे भाई.
Still managing to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put by the Cypher yet again. Give them a very
वो एक paranoia पे game घुमाया है.
Forward X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting, Trent able to find just the one kill, looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed as Nongshim rally back for another round win.
Well, I guess all that you really need to do now as G2 is just avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Fine two. So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim. Got some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby Bay gonna have that tour de force. Seekers res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're gonna play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their answers. Just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it is just the Paranoia that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too dissuaded by that. Continue to work their way forward. Spam shots out. Only going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side.
I don't know if that wall is worth it.
Down with the Paranoia. Ready to try to clear some angles. 2 players going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer. Spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator, still going to be able to find one. Pajagamo gets the second Downby. Doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sights in.
अरे नो स्कोप मारने का प्लान था क्या?
Overcook here from Downby. Downby now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch, because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away.
Again, they're just, you know,
so G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure.
Take by.
This time, Nongshim looking again.
Why change something when it's working again and again?
Be too wary of it after what happened in the previous round, where damn near all of them got hit by it. Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but you know, doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it.
अब तो पोज ही देख, भले ही एमेन का कंट्रोल है डाम्बी के पास,
right now,
बट बाकी मैप कंट्रोल कहीं नहीं है ना.
Spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that Paranoia out, and they will.
Dombey quickly reclears it. Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang.
सिर्फ एक ट्रैप पे तुमने ठीक है छोड़ा हुआ, अभी ये क्या है?
Will clear it. So op shot going to be registered. Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, now G2 is kind of realizing that he gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but They don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick peek in from RB, but there's the backstab leaf scaling forward up through mid.
भाई साहब ये G2 पिछले मैप में कहाँ थी? क्या घूमने गए हुए थे?
Spam not connecting the Trailblazer spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The res to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions. So Nongshim get back into a 3v3. Two very far fanned out.
तो गेम प्ले भी सिमिलर.
Just be there undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby catching RB in transit.
दोनों CT है ये.
Back into this 2v2 and Baby still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it. The defuse to come in. Nongshim Red Force try to get their way back into this map.
CT वाले को ट्राई करना चाहिए था मारने बेबी पे कोई.
A little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. And this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Rez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though. With that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to leave. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now, at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted. As Francis is on that flank, and the door is just being held, and at this point, I think the round is just going to be over, because they're just peeking in the down B one by one. Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis.
3 अच्छा मार दिया रे. 3 बहुत अच्छा मार दिया.
Consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to...
Guys, this will be my last map. Maybe...
some different formations at this A choke.
देखते हैं कैसा रहता है.
Swings out with the Guardian and then they're going to tuck a player in.
Because the things are pretty much slow. एक बात बोलूं भाई, बहुत technical pauses है यार और बहुत slow चल रहा है. लोग समझो 4:30 बजे वाला गेम.
Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going
it's not about defaulting as well. It's about tech pauses. It's about tech pauses. It's not about defaulting right now.
With the Stinger Valen, with that backstab off the TP, still going to come away with value. As Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not going to feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. He needs some assistance. As he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. X-Ross trying to wall them out, but
collat मिला नहीं मिला, heal मिल गई.
Heals going through. Finds the first. Can't quite find the
1v2
again with the operator. Able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the
nah yaar, nah bro.
and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh man.
I thought he's gonna
I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have.
अरे कुलाट छोड़, मेरे को लगा एटलीस्ट एक पे तो कनेक्ट हो ही जाएगा.
Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there. in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, dog.
गाइस जो नया है प्लीज मेक श्योर कि आप तुम लोग सब्सक्राइब करके रखो यार.
Curious, where exactly, how high is that trip? They did get cleared or pulled back, one of the two.
Nice shot.
Is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. They finding some value, getting out scot-free.
चलो guys, I'll go after this half. I got a text, एक important text आया, मेरे को जाना पड़ेगा.
Now you can slow down.
Not even the map, not even the map.
Now that you've got RB so far forward, is
Not even the map, guys.
none the wiser. I don't think our G2
एक round और है उसके बाद.
consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RP, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Dambi spotting out. Enemy Neon slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing.
They could win this, but I think so. ये Omen बहुत बड़ी problem है.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be
Yeah,
nailed
they
in
go.
for
He
that
got
headshot to instantly
cleared.
kill Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Dambi here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out.
The stun is good. The
pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and
BBB gets one.
Shot connecting Francis.
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
10 seconds now left in this round.
अरे प्लांट करने आने देना.
Cannot find those kills with just barely a second to spare.
उसने प्लांट करने आने. आईवी. वो ये सब छोड़ो. मेरे को एक बात बताओ. राउंड अच्छा निकाला आईवी ने, लेकिन सेज को प्लांट करने आने नहीं देना चाहिए था बंदे को. क्या सोच के पीक कर रहा है? 7 सेकेंड थे. ये तो ठीक है, एम ट्रांसफर अच्छा हो गया आईवी का. आईवी 2 राउंड निकाल के दिया है 5 में से. एक एस मारा, एक ये राउंड निकाला.
हाँ ना भाई, इनसेन.
नाइस शॉट डैम्बी.
गुड शॉट. नाइस टर्न एज वेल.
स्टॉल तो अच्छा है.
स्टॉल तो है भाई.
Over into the arms of Ivy. Alone on the B site.
They're gonna have this drone here. This is gonna give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Xros. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
The wall is also good.
And now still that gap in the back by the look of it. Yep, it'll just be the double push forward.
वेस्ट लगा मेरे को वॉल.
गैप छूट गया रे. वेस्ट उसके लिए.
Isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall.
But ठीक है, I feel Xros एक मारेगा.
Empty-handed, his pop flash, the turn not going to be good. Xros still is able to find one kill as Valor will get taken down.
I told you Xros एक मारेगा.
Looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Dambi and RB in a 2-3. Try to clutch this one out.
Now what an angle.
अरे हगा रे डैम्बी.
RB taken down on the approach, and Dambi just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun.
Nice रे. But nice try रे.
Get themselves out into a...
चलो guys.
Going.
Yeah.
चल वेनम.
चलो मिलते हैं रे.
GG's.
श्योर है. कल भी 4:30.
ठीक है चल.
The timing is fixed.
अरे यार ठीक है
Done. I'll see you soon.
Bye
Bye. चलो guys, I'll be seeing you later. मिलता हूँ मैं तुम लोगों से. तब तक के लिए bye. Take care. See ya. आज स्ट्रीम थोड़ी ठंडी रही है. But nevertheless, 86 views, 5 minutes average view time. It was a good stream indeed. Till then, bye bye. Take care. See you. Love yous.